I think we have everyone. Ellen? Yep.
Okay.
Let's, good morning, everybody. Let's reconvene. This is a public session of the FFT meeting. I would point out that this is the first reading of budgets. This is a board deeply committed to balanced budgets. We know this is a longer process. We will reconvene on April 19th to drill down further into these budgets. But on this first reading, we look forward to hearing the overview from each campus. I want to thank the presidents and their teams, Ryan and his team, and just for some excellent work in pulling together these presentations. We're on a very tight timetable, so I would encourage everybody to keep to time as much as possible. And with that, let me just introduce the first item, and Ryan will provide us an overview of the operating budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me pull up my screen and we'll get rolling. Okay, so happy to be here to present this first reading of the FY23 budget. As you know, this is a process that started more than 7 months ago. Before I go over the highlights and defer to the campus presentations, just want to echo a couple of comments that the chair made. Huge thanks to all the presidents for their work, to the CBOs and the cabinet members at each of the campuses for their leadership. And then really to all the faculty and staff and students that participated in the numerous campus forums that have led up to this presentation. Without a doubt, I think the more feedback that we get in the budget process, the better the end product is. And so huge thanks to the campus communities for that. And then every time I do this, I always like to end with a huge thanks to Angela in my office and the board office for pulling all of this together, and a huge thanks to Miriam White, who spends months and months and months pulling this together and answering all of my questions at all hours of the day about individual numbers. And so huge thanks to Miriam. So not going to spend a ton of time on this slide other than to emphasize what you know, that this is a year-long process. It starts with the CBOs and the system finance staff back early in the year. We quickly shift over to this campus budget development phase. And now we're into that window where we wrap up with multiple meetings, at least 3 from this committee. And then we'll be looking for board approval in late May. FY23 budget pressures, these are all fairly well known. Again, we've had challenges, as we did in 2022 and 2021 with residence hall occupancy rates. Folks have returned at higher numbers than in previous years, but it's still down from peak years. The majority of federal and state COVID relief funds had previously been exhausted in 21 and 22. Any amounts that are left are largely being used to help close out the rest of 2022. We certainly don't expect any additional assistance in 23. You're aware of the Gordian data from the last FFT meeting that we had, although there are some positive signs even in those numbers that we'll reference. And finally, significant increases in CPI combined with some challenges that we're seeing in the market is putting a further strain on these 2023 budgets. I'm going to go over these at a high level because, again, later you'll see the pieces that make up the whole. But FY23 budgeted credit hours are up over FY22 actuals, slightly below the FY22 budget. We continue to have challenges with occupancy rates on some of our smaller campuses. We are incredibly grateful for the support that we got from our state government partners, both the original 3% increase that was included in the governor's biennial budget, as well as her supplemental budget, which includes a one-time appropriation of about $8 million that will keep in-state undergraduate tuition rates flat. As I've mentioned, capital investments are increasing this budget. They're up over 8%. Budget balancing is challenging, and you'll hear some of those individual stories as we kind of work our way through these slides. This is the budget overview table that we lay out for trustees every year. Looks similar to the budget forecast that I'll be doing at your upcoming meeting, but just to give you kind of a snapshot of what's going on. And again, you'll see the details as we work our way through the day, through this morning and this afternoon. Let me move some of the faces on here so I can see all the tables. If you start from the top, for instance, you can see that the University of Maine budget, the E&G side is out of balance by about 12 million, generally near balance with auxiliary. It gives you roughly a $12.1 million gap that they are proposing to resolve through a transfer from campus reserves. You see similar stories. I'll highlight the two campuses that are unbalanced for the purposes of today. So if you look at Farmington, you see an E&G gap of about 4.4 million, another 737 on the auxiliary side gives you a total gap of 5.1 million. A handful of early college campus reserves that we've applied to this. You see a recommended $2.5 million transfer from the Budget Stabilization Fund in 23, and that still leaves the campus with an unbalanced budget of 2.5 million. You'll hear about some of those options today, but it's likely we'll be talking about this one and the Presque Isle one further when we get into April. I'll skip down to Presque Isle again, just following the same format. You can see they have a combined budget gap of about 2.8 million. We were able to apply about 2.45 million in budget stabilization funds that we are recommending to you. However, that does still leave a campus gap of about 363,000. Again, you can see where all the other campuses are, and they're balanced out on the far right. So overall, looking at a E&G gap of a number approaching 20 million. We've got 3 million on the auxiliary side for a total gap of 22.4 million. We resolve it through a combination of campus reserves and proposed budget stabilization funds. Those total nearly 20 million. It leaves us with the gap of 2.8 million. This 2.8 million, I would just ask you to remember, because we will come back to this number a little later when we see some of the budget details. Okay. Budget Stabilization Fund. Let's keep up with my notes here. Budget Stabilization Fund, I think most folks are aware, has been around since 2010. We look for it to cushion campuses as they go through enrollment drops or other budget challenges. For fiscal year 22, so this is the current budget that we're in, this committee and the trustees originally approved about $3.5 million in transfers. Budget gaps have grown in this fiscal year. They are largely being addressed at most of our campuses through the use of federal funds. Those have largely been exhausted at Farmington and Presque Isle. And so those campuses requested additional support at Farmington, new support at Presque Isle. To the tune of about 4.8 million. You'll see the law school request, as it often does, is reduced. It originally started out at 1.9. It is now down to roughly 1.6. For fiscal year 23, the budget that we're talking about today, there are 4 proposed transfers. 2.5 to Farmington, roughly 938, exactly 938,000 to Fort Kent, and roughly 2.5 million Presque Isle, followed up by 1.2 at the law school. The law school I'll mention first. Longtime members of this committee will know that we have been working to square up the expenditures and revenues at the law school for some time. That is mostly, as I've talked about before, been a revenue problem. We've addressed that through significant increases in state appropriation over the last couple of years. And so the law school did request 1.2 million for 2023, because that was part of a, again, multi-year plan that the dean is absolutely executing against. We did fund the full 1.2 million that they request. that they requested. For the 3 campuses above, for Farmington, Fort Kent, and Presque Isle, just the reality is that given where we are with temporary investment income, and we have seen significant losses in the market that is very much negatively impacting that budget line, and the desire to keep our projected budget stabilization fund balance at 10 million, we were not able to fully fund the requests from the 3 campuses listed first. If we had done that and we layered on the investment losses that were experienced, the projected balance in the budget stabilization fund would have actually gone negative. We would have wiped it all out. And so we made the decision to fund those 3 requests at essentially 56% of what the campuses requested, and that's what left the budget gaps that you saw on the previous page. Fort Kent was able to close that gap, and we continue to have gaps, as we talked about, at Fort Kent, at Farmington and Presque Isle. Moving along, state appropriation. Again, after being flat for a number of years, you can see that marker in 2018. From 2008 to 2018, state appropriation was largely flat, kind of the lost decade, if you will. No criticism there. Several of us that, quite frankly, that are on this call were in state government when those tough decisions were made. We know that we had, peer institutions around us that actually suffered significant decreases. So holding our own is fine. We've been grateful since then for the bipartisan support that we received. Governor LePage's last couple of budgets included an increase in our operating costs. It included an MEIF increase. So we're grateful for that. Governor Mills has been outstanding in that she has proposed at least a 3% increase in every one of her budgets up to and including the current fiscal year, as well as an additional increase in MEIF that she proposed earlier this week. And so again, you would love it if that chart was going up faster, but we're certainly grateful for the support that we've received. And we often get questions about how our appropriation is holding up against inflation and CPI. You can see the answer is it's not great, especially as CPI has continued to ramp up over the last few years. It would be super if we had 247 million, that 40 million or so that we've lost in buying power would be very helpful for the budget that we're looking at now, but nonetheless, we continue to be grateful for the support that we have received. Enrollment, again, I'm going to go through this fairly quickly because, again, the more important information is the parts that add up to this whole, and you'll hear about those throughout the day. So I'll just make a couple of notes here. Modest increase in 2022 or in 23 over those 2022 actuals. Couple of high points. Out-of-state credit hours for the first time have surpassed 200,000 credits system-wide. I draw your attention as well to the right side of the chart. You can see the increase that we've had in early college, but would really focus you down in the CBE AP expansion, moving from 3,800 credit hours just a couple of years ago to budgeting nearly 28,000 in 2023. So huge credit to Robert and his team for all the work that we've done, and the campus teams for all the work that we've done on the AP side, and all the appropriate credit to President Rice and his team for the expansion of CBE credit hours as well. Residence hall occupancy. Again, if you see the 3 bar graphs in different colors here, we track our overall capacity. We've recently, as you would expect, begun to track COVID capacity. That's what you see in red, as well as the actual number of residents. So you can see here that we have almost returned to full capacity for fiscal year 23. You're going to hear about that in the individual campus presentations. You're also going to hear about some of the individual strategies that campuses are taking to increase enrollment coming off pandemic challenges. But again, these are, as you see the bullet on the right, these vary substantially from campus to campus. They're in the low 60s at some of our northern campuses. It hasn't been unusual in the past that USM has been at 130% occupancy. And so the real details here you'll see in the individual campus presentations. Talk a little bit about tuition rates over the next 3 slides. So as you're aware, and I've referenced before, the budget proposes to freeze in-state undergraduate tuition rates once again. You'll see that reflected in this chart here. Out-of-state rates are flat at the University of Maine and Machias. They would grow at about 3% at our other campuses. Graduate out-of-state rates are roughly, you see that in the lower right, roughly 3% at most of our campuses, excluding the Orono campus, and Maine Law out-of-state rates would go up just a little less than 4%. So I certainly didn't need a bar graph to remind me that the tuition growth at UMS has been at or below the national average for a number of years, but we did one anyway. We know that we have typically over the last several years that we've done this chart, we've been either slightly negative or at 2% over the 5 years. Typically, that puts us well below the national average, which typically ends up being in the 4% range. This year, it's a little different. The number fluctuates as, especially if you get some of these large systems that, the state makes a cut at a place like Florida or North Carolina, it drives down, or Wisconsin drives down the overall number. So we're slightly above the negative national number, but certainly 2% over a 5-year window when adjusted for inflation shows you the work that we've done to control those tuition costs. We're always focused on Mainers' ability to be able to afford that tuition. So for a number of years, we've tracked that in-state tuition as a percentage of Maine per capita income. You can see starting in 2013, it's been a pretty steady downhill climb. Partly due to Maine incomes that have continued to rise, especially during the pandemic, in addition to a number of tuition freezes that we've put in place going back to 2012.
Ryan, could I ask you a question about that real quick?
Please.
Do we have any sort of a benchmark in mind? In other words, where do we think that would ideally land? For Maine, compared to peers or benchmarks or whatever. I think the trend is excellent for students, but just curious to know where we want to call it good.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know that we've found the right answer yet. We have started to, I think you'll see it maybe even later in the Orono presentation, they've started to compare their number against peers. I think we're going to start doing the same thing. We've had conversations about looking for system peers. I'm starting to get worried the numbers, quite frankly, is slightly on the low side. Not an argument that I'd probably win in front of 500 students, but we have two big revenue sources, and one is tuition from our students, and the other one is state appropriation. The state appropriation is just barely, not quite keeping up with inflation. And the in-state side, the tuition side, when it stays flat, as you know, it really gets smaller because the number of students typically is going down 1 or 2% each year. And so the tuition side is going down by about the same side that the appropriation side is going up, which means we're just treading water as our costs increase. And so it's a good question. I think it's one that we'll focus on. Maybe by our next meeting, we'll add in some of our peer institutions to give you a flavor of that. Good question. So the last few slides in this section before I shift over to the governance piece, and I'll try to get through these really quickly. I'll note right up front that we will do a much more detailed presentation of our capital plan at the May 4th meeting, and we'll certainly be ready to answer any questions in April. And I know we have our facilities team on the call if there are questions as well. So I'm gonna, in the interest of time, I'm gonna go through this really quickly. I've noted before that total investment is up about $2.2 million or 8%. As a percentage, we're funding 74% of that depreciation expense. That is up 5%. What I would ask the group to focus on is this block right here is the funding piece that we're focused on. About 10 million of that is debt service for projects. Another roughly 20 million is capital investments, and so we're going to follow that 19.9 million over the next few slides. Again, here it pops up again. This reflects the total by campus as well as by category. I'll note, Chip reminds me often, not all of this, the 20 million, not all of it is going to go right into things that will immediately impact Gordian numbers. And so when you look at IT costs, for instance, down here, you might imagine there are some vehicle replacements in here. Those are not going to move the needle on Gordian, but the bulk of the funding in this facilities and infrastructure line, the bulk of the funding set aside for projects in 23, the bulk of the funding that you see in capital reserve deposits for 2024 projects, those will move the needle, and those numbers are up over recent years. Just going to quickly go into a little bit of detail. So again, if you had an interest in how is the University of Maine allocating that 8.9 million, or how is Fort Kent allocating their 211,000, again, follow the colors if you're able to do that. And you can track those projects through the detail that you have here. So here's the 8.9 million that you saw in the Orono slide. You can see the breakdown between E&G and auxiliary, and then the color coding gives you the categories. So projects to be determined, or facilities, or equipment and infrastructure down here. So huge thanks to Carolyn and her team, to David Jones, who works on our finance team, for pulling together this information for the campuses and the facility directors. Again, we look forward to the opportunity to talk about this in more detail as we move forward. Wrapping up the last couple of slides in this section. And again, these are a rolled up version of what you're going to see. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, although I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, overall revenues are up about 5%. That's led by an appropriation increase of roughly 14 million. That does not include the new MEIF money. So grateful for those dollars. And as we've said before, big increases on the expense side, as you would expect, are in personnel. Again, we're a personnel heavy organization, especially on the E&G side, about 72%, as you can see in the pie chart. And then fuel and electricity is the other big growth area here. Shifting over to the auxiliary side, again, about 87% of the revenue comes from dining and residence halls. That number has been increasing over the last 2 years since it kind of bottomed out with the start of the pandemic. So again, both of those are up substantially. On the expense side, what you're seeing there is really a return to normal, if you will. So when we looked at the 2020 budget or the 21 budget, you'll recall we had these sharp declines. 2022, we started adding back as we started to return to a little more sense of normalcy, if you will, and you're starting to see that here. So a lot of the big shifts that you see in the numbers are really just a reflection of getting back to where we were before. Here's the combined E&G and auxiliary budget. Again, no huge surprises in there, and happy to talk about any of the details as we move through. Going to wrap up over the next few minutes on governance and university services. So again, 3 parts of what we call the system office, or what's commonly referred to as the system office. We have governance, which is typically what you would think of as the chancellor's office, and then university services, which is a combination of services that we provide either at the system level for all campuses, or actually on the campuses and providing those services from there. So the governance budget overall is at $6.7 million. It funds roughly 25 positions from support for the board, the chancellor's office, senior leadership, as well as some of our support staff there. This again gives you an overall summary of where the governance budget is. The numbers on the personnel side are up for two reasons. One is simply related to collective bargaining agreements. The other is we've done a little bit of rebalancing between university services and governance. And so there were some governance positions, Miriam White, Tracy Elliott, the general counsel come to mind, that we moved from university services over to governance. So it netted out to zero for the campuses, but were more appropriately reflected in the governance budget, and that's why you see the increase. The other increases are, again, returning to normalcy. So for a couple of years, we didn't need to budget as much for board travel, for instance. We didn't have to budget for meals during board meetings, things like that. So as we get back to in-person meetings, you're going to see some of those things bouncing back into the budget. Same thing down under memberships, contributions, and sponsorships. The big increases there is prior to unified accreditation. That was all the NETSHE dues, and all of that was budgeted at individual campus levels. Now it's budgeted at the system level. So there's a savings to the campus. There's an increase right here. Again, it all nets out. It's just showing it in a different section. University services allocated is roughly a $50 million budget. This is what you think of when we typically talk about shared services. It's about 391 positions. Roughly half of those are in IT, a quarter of those are in HR and finance, and then the remaining quarter is really what you would think of as what I would refer to as kind of Chip Gavin's portfolio and facilities and risk and procurement, and then just a handful in general counsel's office, organizational effectiveness, kind of rounding out that side of the budget. There are two components to that university services. There's the unified services. So this is, again, thinking of folks at the system level who are providing oversight and support for all of the campuses. So again, think Tracy Elliott in the controller's office. On the campus services side, these are folks who work for the system in an allocated service, but they're campus based. And so think about the HR team that's sitting at the University of Maine or sitting at Southern Maine, for instance. That's the difference between the two. Again, just some examples of that here. Campus services, the CBO office is a good example. I mentioned Tracy's office up above. Last few slides here. So here's the detailed breakdown of university services allocated. Again, despite the wage increases, you can see that compensation is actually down. It's down for two reasons. One is the one I mentioned before, which is the shift of some personnel who were more appropriately assigned to the governance budget. The other piece, and it is a pretty large one, is related to the way we staff for facilities projects, and Carolyn McDonough's staff. We have largely moved them out of university services. And just because of the number of projects that we're doing, that staff has had to grow. And we've pulled them out of here and will instead allocate them to the individual projects. And so as we start up projects, and this committee approves projects moving forward, as you've been doing at the last several meetings, we'll assign the costs of those staff directly back to projects that those staff are working on. The final category is university services unallocated. So as it suggests, these are costs that are not allocated actually out to the campuses. They're typically funded by either a portion of the appropriation, or if we are so fortunate, temporary investment income. And so you see some of these categories. Most of them have been around for a while. Early college, system-wide marketing is a fairly new one. The research and reinvestment fund that Joan and her team run for the campuses, as well as certain capital investments. The demolition fund that we run for campuses is another piece of this. So, Madam Chair, that does actually get me through the presentations with only over by a couple of minutes, so not too bad. I'm happy to answer any questions now, or I'll be available certainly at the end of the day after you've seen all of the pieces. If there are questions about the whole, then we can come back to those. So,
great. Thank you, Ryan, for that whirlwind tour of the budget. And remind everybody that this is our first reading, so we have more bites at the apple, 2 more meetings, and really pressed for time today. But any questions or concerns or things that you want to hear in those future meetings? Okay, see, you've got everybody's head spinning. So let's then move on and see if we can catch up and move on to UMF. And we have President Cerna, I believe, and his team.
Good morning again.
Good morning. You've got a high bar now with the whirlwinds with which Ryan presented.
Ryan, give me a low bar. What's wrong with you? All right, I will do my best. I know we're first up for the day, so I will try to make this as painless as possible. Lori, do you have our presentation that you can pull up for everyone?
I do. 2 seconds.
Okay, and I'm going to reconfigure myself too, because I'm working with one good arm here.
How's that? Can everyone see?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay, good.
All right, Lori, why don't you move us on to the first slide? I'm going to kick us off this morning with just the briefest of updates on our 3-year strategic plan implementation. We began that implementation work last summer, really focusing on the core priorities of tackling issues alignment with our sister campuses in the University of Maine system and stabilizing our enrollment and budget. This is a massive organizational change effort that really cuts across the entire campus. And we're doing all of this within the less than ideal circumstances of operating within all of the extra demands placed on us by COVID and a worsening financial situation driven by increased operating costs and a COVID-driven acceleration of our enrollment decline. But even with these challenges, we have maintained our schedule and made significant progress. Lori, can you go to the next slide? So as we sought to operationalize the plan this past year, we crosswalked our strategic plan objectives into 4 work streams with a goal of aligning our organizational structure, budgeting process, curriculum, and enrollment management plan in support of our vision. The organizational design work seeks to create an organizational structure that reduces silos to support greater collaboration and communication on campus. The curriculum redesign is the 4-3 work, but it's so much more. It's really seeking to fully leverage unified accreditation and create opportunities for cross-campus programming. The enrollment management plan seeks to diversify the student portfolio and aligns our marketing and financial aid strategy to support that diversification. And finally, the needs-based budgeting model moves away from incremental budgeting to a model that supports the priorities established in the strategic plan. All 4 of these efforts have been underway and are on track. And with that, I will hand it off to Lori.
Thank you. So FY23 continues to be a work in progress. Today, we're presenting a preliminary budget that at this point continues to be unbalanced. We are continuing our curricular and organizational redesign work. Any changes that are made to the FY23 base budget are grounded in the strategic plan. This is the rolled up view of E&G and auxiliary. It reflects a 0.3% increase in revenue, but please note the majority of the increase is in auxiliary, and I'll speak to that in a moment. And a 4.4% increase in expenses. Overall, it sits with a $2.4 million increase over the FY22 budget, including budget stabilization. Let's take a look at these funds separately. So for E&G, revenue decrease of 1.3% from the FY22 base budget. Tuition and fee decrease is 5.6%. It's reflective of a 13.45% reduction in credit hours and the addition of a new technology fee of $10 per credit hour. This fee will be charged to all undergraduate and graduate students, excluding early college, and will support the campus technology and educational environment necessary to meet the technological demands of the UMF community. It is budgeted to generate approximately $420,000. A 4.1% increase in state appropriation, or $570,000. $267,000 of this increase is one-time support in lieu of an in-state tuition increase, and $303,000 is the 3% increase we received for FY23. I do want to point out that while the state support is growing by 4%, tuition and fees are decreasing by approximately 6%, which creates nearly a 10% gap in relative contribution. And 6.7% increase in sales, service, and other is a result of an adjustment to the childcare fees for the current program. Expenses are up 4.4% over the FY22 base. Personnel expenses are up $1.2 million or 4.8%. Approximately 52% of this increase is negotiated increases. 6% is for salary adjustments, and 42% is fringe benefits. Fuel and electricity is up approximately $70,000 or 11%. And this is primarily the result of the increase in delivery costs for electricity. Other expenses are down 24%. This includes the credit from auxiliary that supports E&G. Now, currently E&G is at $1.71 million deficit, and this number includes the $2.5 million in budget stabilization funds that we've received for FY23. On the auxiliary side, make sure I'm on auxiliary. On the auxiliary side, we are at an increase of 5.6% in revenue over the 22 base budget. And this is, I want to point out, this is not where we're going to end up. We have not finalized auxiliary services yet. We've taken an opportunity to really break it down and build it back up. And in doing this, we've modified our housing stock for FY23. We are working through the new cost structure as well as working with Sodexo to modify meal plans and develop a different mix that creates values for our students. You'll hear more about this in the upcoming slides. The increase in waiver scholarship line is a result of the different compensation schedule for student community assistants that was implemented last fall. This new compensation schedule brings our community assistants on par with the national average of waiving room and board as compensation for work they do within the residence halls during the academic year. Other expenses are up 4.5% over the FY22 base budget, and the majority of the increase is contributed to fuel and electricity. It's up approximately $60,000 or about 12% due primarily to the increase in cost for electricity. Supplies and services is up $191,000 or about 5.6% due to increase in the meal plan payment to Sodexo. And then other expenses are up 12% or about $297,000, which includes the property insurance and support for E&G expenses. So right now we're sitting at a $738 million deficit. So if we just take a quick moment and look at the summary for E&G and auxiliary, without all that detail, the total net deficit at this time is $2.45 million. We're continuing to work on right-sizing the budget and make changes to the FY23 budget that are grounded in the strategic plan. Since this presentation was created, a total of $1.8 million has been identified to go towards closing the FY23 gap in E&G. I'm confident that the work being done on the auxiliary budget will allow for a balanced budget at the next budget meeting. I do want to point out that we do recognize the budget deficit for E&G is actually $2.5 million larger. We'll need to increase revenues or decrease expenses to cover the funds that have been given to us through the budget stabilization process. And this work is happening now to get future budgets in balance. Christine.
Sure, can you go to the next slide?
Sure.
So we'll start by talking about our enrollment pattern over time. You can see there that there's been a 10-year decrease that's significant. The few years in the middle where there was not a significant decrease, FY 16, 17, and 18 were 3 years where tuition was not increased. And then if you can see there in 20 and 21, those are where we start to see the COVID impact on our budget, lost enrollment above and beyond what we would have expected, which we were estimating at about between 2 and 3% because of COVID. As of today, we have about 187 matriculates for the fall. 147 of them are in-state, 20 are out of state, and 20 are NEBI. These percentages have been stable for several years. We're finding that our students are slower to commit or convert to yield, that this matches the pattern that's going on across the country right now. As we tried to dive into these numbers to see if there was a more nuanced way of looking at it as opposed to just students, what we were able to find out will not really be a surprise to anyone. It's the students who are not full-time or have below a 2.7 GPA are about half as likely to persist on through their degree program. And so knowing that information helps us do two things. One, celebrate our students who are maintaining full-time status and achieving above a 2.75, and also target our students who are not. And by doing some qualitative analysis, we've been able to find out that what we need to do is address academic support, stress management, and help-seeking behavior. We have resources, but these students are less likely to take advantage of them, but also self-efficacy. Our students who come in with a below a 2.75 generally do not feel like they can persist through, so we need to help them with that in addition to providing the resources for that. As I mentioned, our out-of-state and enrollment has been stable percentage-wise over the past few years. We've added some NEBI majors, which have yielded some good results. But I want to make sure that moving forward, we're not relying on a few niche majors and NEBI for our out-of-state enrollment, and that we have a better spread across our academic programs and participation in athletics. Okay, you can move ahead again. So what are we doing specifically to increase our enrollment, or to at least stabilize our enrollment for next year? Obviously, we've leaned into the social media market. We're doing more narrative, showcasing current student and alumni, the impact that the UMF is having on them now and in their futures. Again, a continued increase in personalization of all communications. I'll say it 100 times a day that any program can get you to a certain point, but in the end, it's a lot of handwork to yield our students. And so a few years ago, we did some training with athletics and admissions to focus on the yield part of the funnel. We're building out Salesforce and Marketing Cloud and really trying to capitalize on all the opportunities they provide. We had great success during COVID with virtual accepted student and family events, and which surprised us all because we were very much an in-person accepted student event campus, but those were actually successful, and so we've maintained those. And we've also started to, as part of our DEI efforts, collaborate with student organizations that students who are focusing on marginalized and oppressed groups to bring them into part of the recruitment and yield process. Some things that we've done this year to increase retention. We're improving advising. We had a part-time advisor for many years. We actually hired a full-time director of advising. And then we used a course release to hire a first-year advisor. We've known for a long time that our weakest retention point is first to second year. And so we hired the first-year advisor to try and help work on that. And we're actually going to do the same thing next year with the transfer advisor. The 4-to-3 conversion definitely will help with this when it's fully complete. But we do need a better liaison between the academics and the admissions to make sure that our transfer students' experience is smooth. We've added sections of programs that increase the cultural and social capital of first-year students. And we've scaled those up so that more students can participate. And we've also been very deliberate about our vacancies on the staff side of the house when it comes to DEI programs. We've not refilled many positions immediately. We've taken a long, hard look at them to figure out what we could do with them and how they could enhance the organization and, most importantly, the student experience. And so for this fall, we've taken 3 vacancies and we've converted them into program positions that will focus on DEI programming and student support, which is something that our students from marginalized and oppressed groups have strongly advocated for. Okay. The other thing we're working on is improving our residence hall stock. We know we don't have a lot of money to invest in that. So the staff has actually been fantastic and very creative at figuring out.
Okay, well.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to my financial guy. I just have to.
Michael, you're not muted.
Sorry.
Sorry, I thought somebody might have a question. Okay, so we know what our students want. They want to live with their friends and they want more singles Students talk about needing that space to focus. And we only have so much residence hall stock to work with. So like I said, the staff has worked, they've been just creative, even under all the financial stress that we're under. They have figured out a way to take what we have and turn it into what students want. So we're actually taking a corridor hall and turning it into suites. This happens to be a hall that has single user bathrooms, so that will work nicely for those students. We actually found out while we were talking about this, that building had actually been suites back before. So we're converting it back to its original setup. We're reopening Dakin Hall, which has been our isolation and quarantine hall during COVID, and it had coincidentally been had a lot of great renovations before COVID. So we're opening that back up as all singles. We have about between 30 people any given day on a list waiting for singles as they open up. So we'll be able to initially offer more singles to students. This will allow us to hold Lockwood Hall, which was already all singles, for next year to renovate the heating system. But we will have some rooms in there for COVID for next year. So we've taken what we have and actually enhanced that. Some of the other things we're doing, we are enhancing our learning communities and our major support programs. Our most successful living community based on major is our education program. It fills up immediately every time the residence hall selection process happens, which is fantastic given our focus on education and our students' desire to become teachers. It's really nice to have them there. And it's actually right next to the education building. So there's some nice synergies there. As Lori mentioned, the meal plan structure, which is very traditional, like it is on many campuses, just does not work for our students. A lot of our students are working. They're not here during meal times or on weekends. They're going home to work. You know, the idea of an all access meal plan, which was like the greatest thing ever in the 80s and 90s, just does not resonate with our students because they're looking at the bottom line and they're looking for a way to cut costs. So we're working with Sodexo to try and figure out some opportunities that actually work for what our students want now. They've been fantastic working with us to support our high number of vegetarian and vegan students. They're also supportive when it comes to students with special dietary needs. We're branching out into halal and kosher, being more explicit with our students about those offerings. But in the end, we really need to focus in on the number of meals per week and how much that's going to cost. So, yeah. So some of these things I started to mention on the other slide, we continue to make improvements to the residence halls every summer. Whether that's ceiling tiles, lights, painting, the bathroom upgrades, usually to single user bathrooms, windows, etc. Every summer there are really non-glamorous but important improvements to those halls. We've also improved the staff. We had a graduate assistant staff, but given the mental health and academic needs of our students, we've replaced them with professional staff over the past few years. Within the budget we have, we figured out a way to reconfigure the programming budget so that the community assistants, which Lori mentioned earlier, have more resources to do programs with their students. And then we found that our peer leaders we call them CAs. On most campuses, they're called RAs. We're actually working a lot outside of their jobs in the residence halls because the compensation. So we've changed that compensation model so that they're able to spend more time in the residence halls. This has also freed up money across campus as a ripple effect so that more students can have on-campus jobs while the community assistants are focusing on the halls. I think that's it for me, right?
Yep. Super. So if we look at capital investments, 3% of our replacement value is $7.4 million. Our annual funding target is $3.3 million to lower the risk profile. On average, we've been funding approximately 50% of the target, and during FY21, annual stewardship grew to its highest level, and planned capital investments over the next 5 years will reduce our deferred maintenance. Funded depreciation for E&G and auxiliary has increased 6.5% over FY22 And the percentage change from campus depreciation expense went from 68% in FY22 to 75% in FY23, or an 11% increase. At this time, we do not have plans to reduce square footage from our footprint. However, this past October, we did reduce our footprint only by a half an acre, but we reverted a piece of property that has an observatory back to its owner. We no longer had a need for the program, and so we eliminated that property. Our reserve balances, not including the GASB 75 prior to the FY22 fiscal year end, is at a $6.3 million deficit. The first thing we need to do is stop growing our deficit so we can strategically invest in UMF and then ultimately include a reserve transfer in future budgets. So taking a quick look at capital expenses, even with the operational and financial challenges that we're facing, approximately $5 million is identified to be invested in campus facility improvements during FY23. UMF's budgeted capital commitment for 23 totals just over $932,000. It's comprised of $255,000 in direct project expense against E&G and $330,000 against auxiliary. The remaining funds will be moved into a capital reserve account to be used at a later date. And at the end of March, this is exciting news, we will be at a 60% completion rate on a campus-wide ESCO audit. I anticipate using capital funds to support and supplement the projects that come out of the audit. The projects identified in the audit will allow UMF to take full advantage of identified energy savings. The goals are to reduce and reset the campus now, energy conservation, providing self-funding projects, adding solar as appropriate. We plan to touch every single building on campus and conduct HVAC upgrades across the campus. Our bond projects exceed $4 million for FY23, and the largest expense is the long-awaited renovation of the Swetwinter Early Childhood Education Center. The projects identified will provide needed reinvestment in certain facilities and address deferred maintenance during the fiscal year. And currently, UMF's FY21 NAV is 56%.
Okay, so we have just a couple of updates on the academic side, including one on the 4-3 curriculum conversion. You'll recall that the board endorsed UMF's change back in September, and really dating all the way back to last summer. The campus has been working to revise wholesale the curriculum in all divisions and disciplines. That work included 2-day-long academic summits in January. The discussions there focused on marketing, multi-campus programming, interdisciplinary majors, other work as extensions of this curricular reform. What I wanted to partly do here is just kind of reset again the why of UMF going through this. The alignment with our curriculum and the rest of the system is really critical. We start talking about opportunities for shared instruction, for those truly multi-campus programs. We have been doing a lot of look as well at in general, at curricular efficiency through this, and easing the barrier on pathways for transfer students. We know that there's a high margin for UMF in that domain. Currently, we are at a point now where most of the curricular review is shifting to campus processes. That includes our divisional curriculum committee and faculty senate bodies. So that is, I would say, somewhere around half currently of those program revisions, maybe a little more than that, are at the point where they're set to be reviewed by the curriculum committee. And I expect that work is going to continue not only through the spring, but into the summer and the fall semester. We are on track at this point for fall of 23 implementation. But again, what that really means is finishing most of this work no later than November of the fall of 22, so that we can load all of this into a new catalog, have a new fall schedule set for that fall of 23, and get students enrolling in that new curriculum at the very beginning of that year in 2023. In addition to the 4-3 curriculum, just a few updates on some of the other initiatives that we've taken. So on the following slide, you'll see the nursing collaboration with UMA, which I think still, from my perspective, one of the a really great example of unified accreditation at work, a program that is of mutual benefit to both institutions. Our BSN nursing cohort we started off with this pilot a year ago with 9 students enrolled, and you can see as of a few weeks ago, the number of applications, complete applications, admits, denies. The funnel there is compelling, and obviously we're still relatively early in the overall admissions cycle for this fall, but there's a lot of promise in this program, and we continue to look for ways to resource this area and build around that collaboration. There's some other items here, just quick hits on some of the other collaborative work that we've been doing. That includes work with the University of Maine Presque Isle, University of Maine. We co-led in January a system workshop with on research learning experiences. I think there's a lot of great work that's being done in that area that will affect first-year retention in a positive way across the system. And we also have a strong partnership currently with SMCC that involves this sort of echo of that research learning experience initiative around UMF's own pilot fusion classes. I'm happy to talk about any of those initiatives in the Q&A.
Edward, turning it to you.
Okay, I'm going to do my best David Demers impression here and try to get us back on schedule. So I'll just hit these last 3 slides very quickly. One of the work streams that we haven't called out is the organizational design review. I just want to give a shout out to Kim Jenkins and the systems organizational effectiveness team for all the work they've helped us with this past year. We're expecting delivery of her final report, which will include recommendations and a phased implementation schedule for next year. So I think there's going to be some really exciting work done here, and I'm looking forward to getting that report within the next month. Next slide. So here's our master schedule for all of the work streams and all the work that's happening across campus. Again, this is really an enterprise-wide initiative that is touching every department and every division on our campus. This is major organizational change. So we had to kind of rework Amy's role within my office to really put her as a coordinating center for all of this work to make sure that we stay on track. And we have across all 4 work streams, we are on track for final delivery. So we're looking good. Next slide. And our final slide, I just want to express our gratitude for the stabilization funds that you have all given us over the last few years to do this important work. We understand that just based on the financials for the system, that full support is not possible this year. We understand that. And we are continuing to actively manage that tension between the immediate budgetary needs and the long-term strategic positioning work that we're trying to do for Farmington. So thank you all.
Thank you, President Cerner and team. Lots of work yet to do. And for the committee, again, this is our overview. So for presentations, this is our chance to get the big picture. We will drill down in April and again in May. But are there any questions, issues you want to see addressed in April, or concerns from the committee? Okay. Sorry, Brian.
Yeah, if I could just ask one question, I think is on point. I think as the campus is aware, roughly half of the money that would come to us with legislative approval from the governor's debt service proposal supports about $68 million in infrastructure projects across the system, about $18 million for deferred maintenance at our smaller campuses. Roughly half of that, just because of the age of the campus, would go to Farmington. I'm interested if you could comment, what the campus is thinking as far as focusing those resources. Is it on the residential side? Is it other places? Could you just talk about that a little bit?
I'll jump in first and I'll hand it off. I think it needs to be in the residence halls. I think we're hearing that loud and clear from our students, and we're seeing it on the auxiliary side of things. But I'll open it up to anyone else on the team.
No, I would say that first priority is residence halls. And then after that, I would focus in the classroom buildings to make sure that our classroom settings are where they need to be.
Okay, any other? All right, we look forward to April. We know you have a big job ahead of you to bring to balance with sustainable strategies that will really bring those kind of changes that we need for balance. So good luck, and we look forward to seeing you in April. And now we will move on to the University of Southern Maine.
We're still waiting on Glenn. I have admitted everybody that is here, though.
Okay.
I'm not sure if somebody else from the campus can kick it off or get a hold of Glenn.
Alec, somebody, do we know where we are?
I'll text.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I just texted Glenn, and I think he'll join us momentarily. You can bear with us for just 1 minute here, Chair Riley.
We'll give you a minute. We're pressed for time today, but we appreciate his conflicts are probably many.
Appreciate that. And if it's any duration here, we'll just go ahead and dive in and we'll make it up, I promise.
Alec, I want to see you do that.
Promise I will.
I know you get excited.
Sure do. A lot to talk about.
Trustee Riley, while we're killing a minute here, I'll just mention, as I was making that last comment, Sam Warren called in to let me know that the Appropriations Committee voted in that debt service piece unanimously just a few minutes ago. So that's certainly a good step, and very excited about that.
Great. In the middle of this budget review, good news is great news.
Amen.
There he is.
Glenn,
Mr.
Glenn
President,
is here.
we turn the floor to you. You're, I think, on mute.
I hope not.
There you are.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Madam Chair and Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. We are pleased again to respond to our budget requirements for the 2023 budget. Our presentation is approximately half an hour, leaving, I hope, plenty of room for questions and discussions. Please note any questions you might have. We'll be glad to answer them promptly. We're pleased to put forth this 8th consecutive balanced budget here at USM beginning in 2015. It is both balanced and conservative. Balanced because we are cash balanced and we avoid reliance on USM's existing $7 million in E&G reserve. We avoid reliance number two, on USM's existing federal relief funds for next year. And C, we avoid any request, as we have for 8 years, for the system's stabilization fund. Additionally, it makes progress towards being depreciation balanced in our deferred maintenance budget by increasing facilities upgrades over previous years. It is conservative because it is likely to grow, and we are here to report today, based different from our first presentation, that we are initiating several actions that will enhance our stability. We project in several areas, as we mentioned to you previously, that we want to move forward on the following. One is a recommendation for differentiated tuition, which we have put into action. B, that we are developing and have moved forward with a profitable additional cohort in accelerated nursing that will add money to the bottom line. And 3, that we are exceeding the 95% occupancy budgeted, assuming that our residential program allows that. And we are now in a place where COVID will be less, we hope, of an issue in terms of our auxiliary balance budget. In addition, during the upcoming 23 budget year, academic and budget year, our historic developments will be taking place. Most notably, the financial future of the university will be enhanced by the completion of the 577-bed Portland Commons that will be completed by late spring of next year. This will also strengthen our retention by bringing more commuter students into the traditional college experience, which we know greatly increases completion rates. Secondly, beginning in year 2, the residential hall is profitable thanks to Alex's early recommendations that you'll see, in order to flow all proceeds into deferred maintenance for our university and for the building itself. Academically, this budget continues to show USM's top shelf leadership in the UMaine system for unified accreditation, using partnerships throughout the system to save money and add additional value to our sister universities, and remaining, as Jeff St. John's has said, as a benchmark, a leader in the system for unified accreditation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alec Porteous, and we will walk through the details.
Thank you very much, President Cummings. I'll go ahead and dive in. So we weathered the financial impact of the pandemic without any forced personnel reductions, program eliminations, or utilization of our E&G reserve at USM. That strong early pandemic response has protected resources for ongoing pandemic challenges. And a lot of those challenges now, rather than hopefully being health and safety as we move forward, some of the effects, certainly the decline in enrollment that we've seen. We responded early on to pandemic challenges by implementing temporary spending measures, conducting budget scenario modeling, and mining the university's balance sheet for matching liquidity. In each of those 3 areas, we continue to be disciplined. Most of those spending measures are still in place. I think they're good budget controls to have. We continue to use scenario modeling for our budgeting and our forecasting, and we continue to pay close attention to the balance sheet to make sure, among other things, we're putting gift accounts to good use. Looking at the 3 pandemic fiscal years, if you will, in FY20, we had a shortfall of about $2.5 million. We reversed that by the end of the year to a $700,000 surplus that flowed into 21. 21, when we were budgeting, we were closing a $10 million gap. We did that. It ultimately grew to 11.6. We were able to close that again without touching our E&G reserve. Finally, in FY22, we were dealing with a shortfall of about $7 million. We'll close that using the remaining federal funds that we have. The balance right now is about $8.5 million. So we're able to cover that. But we're also in a position where we certainly can't be running deficits like that in the future. The composition of that shortfall is a combination almost entirely of enrollment reduction and the increased wages that we got into this fiscal year that we had to add into our budget, but certainly wary of continued pressures on enrollment. We've tried to be very conservative about that in our budgeting. Next slide, please. Just quickly on this slide, it's critical that we continue to drive efficiencies throughout our operations to face these ongoing challenges. We need hiring practices that critically evaluate the need to replace positions or to create new ones. We need to maintain spending controls that ensure all of our expenditures are appropriate and warranted, and I would add strategic. And then budgeting that prioritizes strategic outlays based on growth objectives, not past practices. So that's being certain that we're off autopilot and making sure that every dollar we spent is allocated strategically. Our FY23 budget is balanced through disciplined decision-making. We have conservative revenue assumptions, continued cost management, and we're addressing capital needs as well, which I'll talk more about in a minute. Plus, there's an opportunity to boost revenue with increased room and board. We've budgeted at 95%. We're hopeful that our dorms will actually exceed that capacity considerably, matching what we did pre-pandemic, but still staying somewhat conservative with that 95%. Other key items. The budget addresses enrollment challenges. Nancy Griffin will talk more about that. We continue our conservative hiring processes, and we allow for next steps where we can remain nimble and, again, be as strategic as we possibly can in a challenging environment. Next slide, please. With the 3 budget slides here, I won't go through every line item, but I wanted to call out several items on each page. First, top line pressures that we're talking about are seen very clearly here. You can see from 22 to 23, we're off by more than 2%, which adds up to north of 1.7 million in tuition and fees. As the president mentioned, Chair Riley, from the time that we presented to you and the Chancellor and Ryan, we have added in differential tuition there. We've added in the technology fee to come up to be in the same position as the other universities in the system. And we've added that advanced baccalaureate in nursing. So that's taken some of the pressure off, but we still have a ways to go. And a lot of that is simply driving enrollment in future years. Dropping down in revenue there, you can see the bottom line of that 17% increase in sales services and other. That's just bringing things like the ice arena, our gym, conferences back to pre-pandemic figures, which hopefully remains conservative and are, numbers that we can meet. Moving down the page, nothing stands out on the expenses side, probably more than that personnel expense, just because that's about 65% of our budget. You can see that we're keeping that figure squarely in check. We've budgeted about $3.5 million in attrition. We're holding about 7.5% of our positions vacant is what that amounts to. Ultimately, and we talked about this in our pre-meeting with you, Chair Riley, that we will need to make a decision whether to maintain those positions or if some, if not all of them, should be eliminated. We don't know that yet, so we're strategically holding them open, and we're going to have to stay disciplined about that for our budget in the coming year, but we've really been doing that in the existing fiscal year too. So I know it's possible. It just requires maintaining that discipline. Two key figures at the bottom of the page to call out: that operating increase or decrease, in this case, it's a decrease in parentheses, about 1.1 million, is a 53.5% reduction over last year's operating decrease. That's a very good thing. Ultimately, we want to get that into balance, so it would be zero, but we are considerably increasing that reduction, if you will. And then CapEx expenditures, 2 lines down, are up by almost 55%. And you can see that reduced decrease in our operations, so reduced loss, if you will, flows almost entirely into CapEx, which is something we really need to do because we need to reduce the operating decrease, if you will, and start putting more into our physical plant on the campus. Next slide, please. Here, just want to call out dining and residence. You can see that 13% increase, about $1.5 million. That's split almost evenly between dining and residence. However, if you go down to the supplies and services line, where it's a $644,000 increase, or 14.4%, that's the fee that we pay Sodexo back for the increase. So we're only netting out, in terms of our dining increase, a little more than $100,000. And it just illustrates how important residence halls are for USM in terms of our auxiliary budget, because that's really where your revenue enhancements come from, because so much of the dining is actually netted out in what we pay back to Sodexo. And that's not a knock against Sodexo. I think they do a very nice job. But it's just that because we're operating our own residence halls, so much more of that revenue flows to our bottom line, that there's a real strategic opportunity for us there. And I think we need to continue to make the most of it. And I think when we bring the next new residence hall online, you see that effect in FY24, that's going to become even clearer. Bottom of the page here, you'll just note that we have an operating decrease of about $91,000. That really should be an operating increase. I think it may be next year. We've been pretty darn conservative on these. I think we may have that residence hall budget benefit, but that, even when we're budgeting in the future, should be squarely in positive territory. If you can do those two things, if you can balance out your E&G budget, like I was pointing out on the last slide, and then have a surplus on your auxiliary side, that's where you get in the position where you can start to put a lot of money back into CapEx and also tuck some back away into the reserve as well. And that's where we'd really like to be. Next slide, please. In the interest of time, I'll just move through this one very quickly down to the bottom line. This is the combined budget. You see that operating decrease actually reduces by almost 65% between E&G and auxiliary. So that's certainly a good place for us to be. Call it a good starting or midpoint to getting where we want to go. And again, CapEx is up by about 50%. And that really is a key strategic focus of the president and our cabinet, just working together to start to put money back into the physical plan. So with that, let me turn things over to our provost.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Alec. Well, as Alec shared, in the context of the pandemic, we have decreased the number of expected hires that we'll make in fiscal 23 when it comes to full-time faculty. And this will leave some flexibility for our next president to respond to the potential ongoing enrollment disruption in what we hope is the wake of the pandemic. This year, we're working with Gray Associates. This will help us assess the efficiency and the cost of each of our academic programs. I and others have been doing this by hand for 6-7 years, and having a professional dashboard that we can rely on will be a big help to everyone. We'll have data that we can use for data-driven decision-making. But at the same time, we can't sit still. So we can't afford to lose academic quality, even in this difficult context, because that will impact our brand and that will impact student retention, both in negative ways. So what you're seeing here is a slide that focuses on USM's signature areas that we feel distinguish USM, reduce competition with other UMS universities, and hopefully help us pull students out of the privates, Thomas Hudson, UNE, and beyond, and also in from out of state. So we are making some targeted hires this year. We're making hires in computer science, in cybersecurity, and in chemistry. And these go to that first bullet point, applied digital sciences. These hires will help us further our connections and our work with the Rue Institute, where we have some joint grant proposals going on. We have our first 4+1 accelerated degree. And Rue is interested in exploring some joint hiring with us, which is more messy, but an exciting opportunity. These hires also help us further our work with Maine Robotics, which is a K-12 STEM camp program that's also a pipeline into our STEM programs, and our work with the Composites Engineering Research Laboratory. We have a lecturer we're hiring for a writing and honors. So we have 500 students in our honors program. It's a place for us to double down and bring in a lecture on writing. We're replacing a tenure track faculty member who retired from public policy and management in the Muskie School. This goes to our focus on public policy, and this is a critical position for the Maine Graduate and Professional Center. And then I think what I'll do is leave some of these other initiatives to the final slide on unified accreditation, because really our work in tourism and hospitality and our work with LAC are aspects of our work to leverage unified accreditation for the support of USM and the support of all universities in the system. So I'll return to those two in the final slide and leave you on those high notes. All right, and now I think I'll turn it over to Nancy Griffin.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be going over the enrollment projections and giving you a little bit of a future insight into what we're projecting for next year. We can go to the next slide. On here, what you'll see is that at USM, we're using the University of Maine system forecast data for our enrollment projections for next academic year. You can go to the next slide. What you're seeing here is, while we are optimistic with our fall admission numbers right now, we are deeply concerned about the fragility of our undergraduate student population. Our undergraduates have been heavily hit by the pandemic, and I'm going to talk about that in just a moment, but this is a conservative overall enrollment projection. And what the next slide show is a projected decrease in the number of credit hours for our undergraduate students and an increase in the credit hours for our graduate students. We can go to the next slide. What I want to showcase here is, I've talked about that we're looking at a decrease in the credit hours for our undergraduate population. What we've seen during the pandemic is a decrease in the headcount for our undergraduate students, and also at the same time, a decrease in each of our undergraduate students taking fewer credit hours as they progress here. And what that speaks to is what's happened during the last few years at USM. What we've seen is a shift and an increase in the number of students that are commuting to USM. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this data point, but right now, 80% of our students at USM are commuters. So that's an increase. We were 2-3 years ago, right around 72 to 74%. So an increase to 80% commuters. Out of our undergraduate students right now, 50% have indicated that they're attending part-time. Before the pandemic, that number was roughly about 40%. So we've seen an increase in the number of our undergraduates that are coming to us that have dropped from full-time to part-time. 20% of our students are students of color. 40% of our students are transfer students. 53% of our undergraduate students are first generation. Our average age of our students at USM is 27. We are close this year to 50% Pell eligible. And one of the data points that I pulled out in December that's most startling to me from our financial aid data shows that almost 2% of the students that have filed for FAFSA are experiencing homelessness or have housing insecurities. So housing here on our campus is critical. We can't open that new residence hall soon enough for us to bring some of these students back on campus. If we can go to the next slide, please. The big issue here at USM that we're focused on for our undergraduate is the persistence. Over the last 2 years, we've seen a decrease in the retention rate of our students by 5.1%. We did a survey last summer, we did a survey over winter break, and currently we're doing a much larger survey of all of our students from data that we've captured from the National Clearinghouse. We want to know why we've lost these students and what we can do to work better to hold on to them and to have them persist and graduate at USM. What we know from the data that we've already collected is that during the pandemic, our students were impacted by mental health issues. They felt like they had an overall lack of support, not at the institution, but around in their communities. They were unable to afford USM. Many of them, as I've referenced before, had housing issues, and many of them had poor experiences in online learning. So we're taking what we're capturing from these surveys and we're putting them back into initiatives and practices to make sure that we hold on to our students and that they persist to graduation. If we go to the next slide, these are some of the initiatives that we have that we've rolled out since December. As our president has already mentioned, in collaboration with our nursing, academic affairs, enrollment management, and our foundation, we are seeding a new 30-student cohort in our accelerated baccalaureate nursing program. And we are very happy with the outreach that our president and foundation have done to the hospitals in the area and the support that we've gotten from the local hospitals for clinical rotations, preceptorships, and academic support for our students as they move through this new cohort. So we're excited about this new cohort, and we're already receiving applications for the cohort as we speak. We had over 1,000 students who had their balances taken care of because of debt that they incurred during the pandemic. So that cost us $2 million in our HERF funds. But again, over 1,000 students might be able to come back to USM because their debt has been taken care of. And we are engaged in communication and outreach to each and every one of those students right now in hopes that they will come back and finish their degree here. We have a new active recruiting online initiative and marketing initiative to active military across the world. And this is, we've pushed out marketing and built a stronger relationship with a variety of different organizations to attract active military to our fully online leadership and studies program. I'm pleased with the work that our provost has done. She's taken the lead to identify that our degree progress report was damaged and broken, and she's hired a project manager to move this forward. This might be a small bullet, but it's going to have an impact that on every single one of our students currently enrolled and have an impact on our prospective students as well. We're hoping to open up our degree progress report to students at the admitted stage so that our transfer students can see what courses they need to take at USM to complete their degree here. Thus, I think will increase the yield on those students significantly. We've rolled out several other initiatives. The other one that I will point out here in this list is that we have implemented differential tuition rates for online academic programs, undergraduate nursing programs, and 6 of our graduate programs, all that will help drive out-of-state enrollment and meet workforce needs for the state of Maine. These are just a list of 10. There are several other initiatives that we're engaged in. And the good news is that we're using data to really look at what happened to our undergraduate students during the pandemic and working to correct and really support those students in different ways as they onboard again this summer and into the fall. So right now I will turn it back over to Alex.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about what's going on in our residence halls this fall, and I won't belabor it other to point out we've budgeted at 95%. Looking at USM pre-pandemic, the university was well north of 100%, so I think there's an opportunity to pick up some more revenue there potentially, but I'm glad we're staying conservative, given we're right about 90% in our residence halls now, and crystal ball is as foggy as anybody else's at this point. Bottom of the slide, just wanted to point out rate changes. You note that 8% in housing. When we talked about Roby Andrews a few weeks ago, we mentioned that part of that plan, if it comes to pass, would be to use increases in room rates to pay annual debt service. We're moving in that direction regardless, simply because we need to catch up with our peers. Based on how we benchmark at this point, USM charges considerably less in our Gorham residence halls than our peers do, and this would be a lot less than what we'll charge in the Portland residence hall. And a lot of that just goes back to historically not increasing standard amounts each year. It's pretty spotty year over year, especially going back 3, 4, 5 years ago. So this will get us back on a natural progression. It'll be that 8%, hopefully for the next 3 years, and then back closer to an inflationary level. As it stands, we are looking at 8% inflation right now. I don't think that's news to anybody. So we're actually just keeping up with inflation, and we might find that our peer institutions actually stay far more expensive than we are by themselves keeping up with inflation. So that'll be something we monitor. That dining 4% increase looked expensive a few months ago. At this point, it's looking like a pretty decent deal with respect to Sodexo. Next slide, please. Noted the significant increases in CapEx in FY23, and then we hope to see that and even more in FY24 when the new residence hall comes online. And as the president mentioned in his opening remarks, all free cash flow from Portland Commons by agreement with the controller's office will flow directly into USM's CapEx account. So it creates a deferred maintenance annuity. You'll remember back to when we were going through the approval process for the residence hall, we're forecasting north of $500,000 in free cash flow from the residence hall in year 1. So that would be terrific, and I'm very hopeful that will be added to our FY24 CapEx figure. And then just noting on the rest of the slide, the challenges that we have from a deferred maintenance standpoint. I included some quotes from Gordian. In the interest of time, I won't read those other than to say that I think we take those Gordian reports very seriously, and we try to act on them in real time and use their guidance as strategically as we can. Next slide, please. This is a list of line item investments we're planning for next year on our campuses. I think it breaks down pretty simply into 3 buckets. One being basic expenditures. things like bathroom upgrades that really need to happen. You'll see $1 million in bathroom upgrades on here between Bailey and Luther Bonney. I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to add Payson Smith as well. Simply can't have, subpar bathrooms. It's the wrong foot to be putting forward, certainly for visitors and definitely for our community, student, staff, and faculty. And I want to address those next year. I think we can. You see a couple other things, the underground utility repairs that need to occur, your basic blocking and tackling, if you will. IT would be a second bucket there. That IT build out is kind of adjacent to the Residence Hall and Career and Student Success Center project, laying conduit and so forth. We were going to need to do it anyway. We accelerated that work a bit because of the project, and I'm really glad that we did. And then finally, investment in historic assets on both campuses. So you see the historic Russell Hall envelope, the historic Academy building envelope, about $800,000 between the two of those. Russell is the building pictured at the bottom of the page. Beautiful building. Both of those buildings are on the National Historic Register. We need to be putting money into them. So I'm excited that that work will take place. And then a restoration of the historic Deering Farmhouse on the Portland campus as well. Next slide, please. This is a slide that Gordian uses for our campus. And I know you all have seen this on a macro level. You may have seen it individually for USM as well. It's backward looking. So we're only seeing up to FY21 here, but you can see how short the university has fallen of those targeted goals from Gordian. To preview the future, if we look at what we're expecting to finish the year at in 22, that would be about $4.5 million as compared to the 4 total in 21, and then a little bit north of 7 in the coming fiscal year is what we're proposing. So starting to get up towards that $9.6 million level where, we're getting to kind of that baseline that they're saying. The other thing that's important on this slide is that blue annual stewardship piece. That's basically, you can think of it as your investment in deferred maintenance, and we've been deficient there. Those numbers will grow considerably too. We should be most of the spending I just cited, the 4.5 and the 7, would be captured in that blue category of deferred maintenance. It's about 4 and 6.5. Obviously, that's making sure we can get the work done in a challenging environment, but I think we've got a good strategic approach to doing that. And obviously, a lot of capital work going on at USM right now too. Next slide, please. Space reduction, over the past couple of years, more than $6.5 million in deferred maintenance taken offline. We'll continue to do that. You can see the proposals that we've listed on the bottom of the page there. There's another project that I'm hopeful to bring to you in the future. It's in its early stages now, so I won't say much more about it, but it's more than $6 million of deferred maintenance that I'd like to take offline as well, and I'm hopeful we can do going forward. Obviously, anything we can take offline, buildings that we don't need anymore, that are just taking up cost, taking up space, and adding to our deferred maintenance. The moment we take those offline, we can be investing more strategically in our campuses, and it's reflected on the Gordian reports as well. I think with that, I'll turn it back over to our provost. Oh, sorry, one more slide, apologies. The reserve balances, as I mentioned, we haven't touched the E&G reserve throughout the pandemic. That 5.8 million really should be doubled and more. And I think there's, some of the stuff I was talking about on those early budget slides would help us get there. But the fact that we haven't touched that, as the president noted during the pandemic, is something we're proud of, and we're pleased to have that outcome. We just really need to continue driving those future operating surpluses through sustainable operations. When you do that, you can really both be investing in the campus and then putting money back into the reserve. And at this point, I will turn it back over to the provost.
Thanks, Alex. So I will not read this slide to you because you can read it for yourself. I also won't repeat what's been said before about USM's really a high level of participation in collaboration system-wide. But I feel like this slide allows us to end on a high note because this is a point of pride for me. I know it's a point of pride for the president and the cabinet, and it's also not easy work. So this represents hundreds of hours and good leadership at USM to create these collaborations. Our goal at USM is really to leverage unified accreditation for 4 things: academic quality, academic efficiency, access to education, so spreading education across the state, and really to increase enrollment for all of us in the system. Some of what you see on this list is quite old and very stable. So we have the Master of Science in Education and Instructional Technology with Maine, Farmington, and USM. That's approaching its 10th birthday, which means that's it's a stable collaboration. We have other collaborations that are in their youth. The MBA is one where, there are still some bumps in the road, but we're there, and that is a victory for the system. And then we have some works in progress, like the Maine College of Engineering and Computer Information Systems. And I'm looking at Jim Thalen. He and I had a great meeting yesterday with the MESA steering committee. And so that is moving along. What else is coming? And I'm going to direct you now to the under construction area at the bottom of this final slide, because I think it's really important. A bachelor's in game design is something that the University of Maine system does not currently offer. And we have a group of faculty across the system. This is a faculty-led initiative trying to figure out how the system can offer game design to students who desperately want that major. Likewise, I know there's an interest in having the University of Maine system be a leader in the discipline of tourism and hospitality. So USM we have raised our hand, and our awesome faculty member, Tracy Mishu, is leading an effort that would take all of USM's tourism and hospitality courses, the whole major, put them online so that major, the didactic content, is accessible to everyone across the system, but then would ask every campus to build an experiential learning opportunity for all those students located on that campus. So I see something like this initiative as really a sweet spot for what UA can accomplish, so that every student can have access, but also a unique experience on the campus where they are located. And then finally, you've heard probably about the LA to BA initiative, and I think this initiative represents some important research on the past and future of LAC. The key to really moving LA as a community forward is to increase BA density in that region. And so there's a plan afoot to really begin to do a better job at LAC with a focus on the academic side on healthcare. So right now, USM offers nursing and occupational therapy at LAC. UMA offers their dental program at LAC. And we're looking to add physical therapy assistant and also the medical lab technician, which are UMPI programs, which we're inviting down to LAC to participate with us there. We also have a hire in our social and behavioral sciences program, which has been the anchor undergraduate program at LAC and a feeder for many graduate programs there and elsewhere. And then finally, aspirationally, we'd love to have an occupational therapy associate degree that would feed into our OT master's program. But all of this feeding the healthcare workforce needs of the Lewiston-Auburn region, and also the state of Maine, of course. And with that, I think I will close it or turn it back to Alec for closing remarks, or maybe to the president. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Madam Chair, I think we're done and ready for questions.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that precise and timely overview. Questions? Again, this is our Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A lot of very good information and quite encouraging in many fronts. So thank you to the universities of the Maine for pulling this together. But there is one area that I kind of had of a concern, and maybe I'll raise it here and we can talk about it at the next go around. And it comes down to the trends that I see. The undergraduate trend being down close to 20% over the next three, projected with this third year budget. And then I heard the commuters are going up 80%. They're 80% of the commuters are 80% of your total student base now. And then a lot of comments around the financial capacity of the students is going down, or has been, they're struggling in many ways, and we all understand that, and we're trying to help them in many different ways. Their course loads are down. And against all that, we're talking about an increase in residency going up. And that's where I kind of feel like there's a disconnect. You got a student population that is struggling financially, is mostly commuters, and is declining and projected to decline. And yet we're going to have more students in residency by about a tune of a 1.5 million improvement in residency and dining for this year coming up projected. And then the bigger concern is we have a very large dormitory coming online in Portland. And I know I heard there was confidence we need it now and we can fill it, but I'm struggling on how do you fill it against that backdrop of what the student population was described as.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And well, they're going to have Nancy Griffin give us a little bit more detail, but our numbers show that the interest in residential remains strong, and that actually helps with retention, which has a long-term positive impact financially. And remember too that they can get more access to financial aid if they're 9 credits or above, and we're pushing them towards 15. So with government help, that certainly makes that a viable avenue for us to enhance our revenue, not reduce it. But I'm going to turn it over to Nancy to be able to talk in more detail about how we're looking at these next few years.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate your question, and I truly appreciate your concern. It is the concern of all of us here at USM as well. What we've seen is that in the first year of the pandemic, the first full academic year of the pandemic, as you all know, we at USM decreased the number of beds on our Gorham campus that were available to our students. So thus increasing the number of our students that were commuting to campus. And so that trend has continued. I do believe by sending the message and letting our community know that we're going back to business as much as normal as it can be for the fall, we will see that 80% commuter drop, and we will increase in our residence halls. Right now, our admissions data is very strong in out-of-state and in-state students that want to live on campus. So I believe that we will fill every bed and then some for the fall. And our students in the residence halls next to our athletes have the highest retention rate. So it is a good trend for the fall to be filling those. So I do expect that we'll see a decrease in the percentage of students that are commuters. The course the number of credit hours that our undergraduates are taking is concerning to me. We have stepped away from that messaging of think 30 or 15 to finish. And so our students were taking fewer credit hours. More of them had an opportunity to work. So they increased the number of hours they were working, and they decreased the number of hours that they were attending school. We want to message and we want to encourage them to get back to being students, to finish their degree and such. So we have some initiatives on that. The trends for enrollment are not positive for what happened during the pandemic, but what we are seeing is we are seeing strong admission numbers. We had good admission numbers last year. We're seeing an increase, and we're marketing more to online students, which will help as well. I'm cautiously optimistic that we're going to have a strong enrollment story for you in the fall, much stronger than what we are projecting in our budget right now. And part of that is because we do have faculty that are talking about what it means to be back in the classroom and doing that well as faculty that have learned during the pandemic that they need to go with Quality Matters for online education, which will certainly shore up and help us with retention and persistence. I know the trends don't look good, but I do think that they are, I think we're done. And I think that we're seeing an uptick in interest And right now we're pretty strong out of the gates with summer enrollment, and we're starting to, and we'll have better projections once we get into fall enrollment or registration numbers, which will happen pretty soon. I hope I've addressed your concern.
Yeah, you have. One question though, just for clarity for me anyways. As you talk about the interest and the desire maybe to get back on campus living in the fall, is that with the knowledge that there might be an 8% increase in cost to do that?
We haven't surveyed our students or asked about that, but that increase in cost, as well as the increase in any of the housing costs, can be packaged into their cost of attendance in their financial aid. And with so many of our students that are Pell eligible, a lot of that will be paid and covered by their federal funds.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Nancy, could I, while we have you on, could I just ask the $2 million in debt relief? I was surprised that that wasn't directly related to retention. So there's no requirement that somebody who gets debt relief comes, that's over 1,000 students?
It was over 1,000 students, and actually many of those students had stopped out and stopped attending USM. So we're hoping that by covering their debt, they will come back and help with that persistence for sure.
But it wasn't a requirement of debt relief, so that's...
It was not.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns, issues we want addressed in April? All right, thank you, President Cummings and team. We really appreciate your getting us back on schedule, and I'm pleased to report that Dean Softly is ready to start as soon as we complete. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, while we're doing that transition, I just wanted to say out loud what we had discussed, which is we will take a half-hour break after the law school piece, regardless of kind of where we are on the schedule. And then we will start up with UMA currently at 12:50, but likely sooner than that. Again, exactly a half an hour after we wrap up the law school piece, and then we'll adjust accordingly so we give the committee an opportunity to get through all the presentations and have plenty of time for questions this afternoon.
Good, super, thank you. And there she is. Welcome, Dean Softly.
Thank you. I just want to, there we go. I think I am here and I am not on mute, and I'm very proud of myself. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to see you all. Nicole is with me this morning. I want to thank her for everything that she does to keep us on track, and she is going to run the PowerPoint for Maine law, and we can start with page number 1. And as that is coming up, I am happy to report that notwithstanding 2 of the strangest years we have ever been through, the law school news is really quite positive. So I'm going to go through this PowerPoint relatively quickly to allow any time for questions and to maintain this ahead of time process that has occurred this morning. You should all know that Ryan Lowe has threatened us within an inch of our lives if we go overtime, and because Ryan holds the purse strings, we try to comply with his requests. So let me just tell you very quickly that there are 3 themes that you will see with regard to the law school today. The first is that the support of the board and the chancellor over these last 18 months has fundamentally turned around a law school that was in dire straits. As we move through the plan that you heard Ryan talking a little bit about, we will get to the point within the next year or 2 where Maine law is actually seen as a gem among state law schools. It will have enormous value for students. We've kept costs low, and the debt ratio that students leave Maine law with has remained low as well. So the support has made all the difference in the world. The other thing that you'll hear me talking about is opportunity. You're seeing one enormous opportunity here, which the university has stepped up to assist with. I'll talk to you a little bit about this amazing building and what it is going to do to help with moving the law school forward. But there are other opportunities. My presence here at the law school has arrived about the time that unified accreditation and really robust collaboration across the campuses has come to life. And that provides a lot of wonderful new opportunities for law students, business students, all of the graduate students who come together through the graduate and professional centers. So opportunities abound, even as we are all shifting how we view enrollments for the future. And the third theme for the day is progress. There's been enormous progress on many fronts with the law school, which were absolutely necessary to getting the law school back on its feet. We're not quite there yet. I'll talk to you a bit about those steps that need to come next, but the progress has been both swift and meaningful. I do have to say before we leap into the PowerPoint that as I listen to my presidential colleagues talking about all the issues they are grappling with, the law school does not have residence halls. It doesn't have food revenue. It doesn't have sports. We have a very straightforward program to be put together. We should, in fact, be able to make this exceedingly successful. And so far, I hope that we are meeting the really big challenges. And those two challenges that came together to create really significant difficulty for the law school were the facility, which was such a discouragement to applicants and we think to faculty over time. And the other challenge is the entire issue of national competitive tuition discounting, which is much harder to do at a small state school than it is for the large law schools that have enormous endowments. On both of those fronts, Maine Law has had just amazing support from the board, from the chancellor, and from the governor and legislature through the last couple of years, and it has made all the difference. So we'll leap forward. Next slide, Nicole. So I just want to talk to you quickly about the facilities progress. You know, I can go on for hours about this because I think it is truly a game changer. The great news is that the city has given full approval. Renovations are in fact underway, and we are looking at fall occupancy for all of us, the law school, the Graduate School of Business, all of the University of Maine groups, including the new Mises and the foundation, and of course the Gateway. The second area where we've had real progress is tuition revenue. We're hoping to maintain that. You've seen the trend of graduate schools. Applications were up dramatically last year in graduate schools across the nation and across subject areas. Those huge numbers have begun to flatten and fall. Law school applications are now lower than they were last year. We're not sure what this phenomenon is. The great news is applications at Maine Law have held about steady with last year's higher number, and we anticipate that we will be able to field a class as large as this year's class. We've also gone through a number of the costs at the law school to make sure that we are spending every dollar where it's needed. We've determined that we can make reductions in actual book costs because sadly for all of us who love the books, they are disappearing. Research and libraries are turning really primarily to digital resources, and that has allowed us some cost savings. Tuition discounting, which I mentioned, has been accelerating consistently across the country over the last several years. At Maine Law, we believe we have stabilized where we need to be, and you'll see a bit of that in the budget. The one remaining area where we have substantial gaps remains faculty. We have strategic planning underway to support several of our undersupported signature programs. We lost over 3 years, I think, Maine Law lost 6 terrific professors who went elsewhere to places where the legal education program was supported. We're not quite where we should be, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that as we do the presentation. Next slide. I want to get back to cross-system and statewide collaborations in great part to talk about the fact that what is going on within the university system right now has a really very positive effect on law school students, on the students who collaborate through the Graduate and Professional Center. And we're beginning to see the interest that law students have in making sure that they've had business courses, that they are up to date on some of the technology, that they have a really broad range of legal education in order to do rural work, which is a big draw at Maine Law. And having the opportunity to be involved with the presidents at the highest levels, talking about where we're focusing all of our work on pathways, assisting in job recoveries, and making sure that we are providing students with what they need to have a really good and meaningful life and career. All of these come together in these various programs, and it's actually making a very big difference in the way we talk about law school, graduate school, and the university system. So I didn't want to miss that going through. One of the most important things for Maine Law, getting its feet under it again, in addition to the support of the chancellor and the board, has been reattaching Maine Law to the state of Maine, to the legislature, to actually we're working on a program to get out into the high schools, and to lawyers and others who need help from the law school, the professors who are here. We've got several professors who are working with legislative committees. The clinic relationships have really been terrific. Faculty are returning to the key rules committees that they had not been much involved with. And the rural practice clinic, which you've heard me talk about and hope for, I'll talk to you a bit about it later, but there's some great news there. Next slide, Nicole. Here is the budget history. As you will see, our budget situation is very straightforward. We're people and buildings and technology. That's basically what brings the law school together. You will see that the bottom line for the law school has come up substantially over the last several years. And even more important, and Ryan doesn't get enough credit for all that he has done to make this work. If you look at about mid-page, across the line that says appropriation allocation, for years, what happened was that the law school started the year with $856,000 as its appropriation. At the same time that our competitor to the west, UNH, was receiving about $6 million a year. Now it is larger than Maine Law, but not by a lot. And every year, $856,000 was not enough to keep the law school running. And so the system had to come up with stabilization funds that came in small units throughout the year. There's no way to budget, plan, or manage well when that's how the money is coming in. Thankfully, at the systems level, we now have a budget that says this is how much we are able to allocate for the law school as the year begins. How much more are you going to need? How do we work toward that? That has made a huge difference in the last year in our ability to manage and try to stabilize. You will see that we have made every effort to keep the necessary stabilization funds as low as possible, and Nicole gets enormous credit for all the work that she does. So this year, with a 3.9 allocation, We predict at this point that we will need another 1.2. Ryan and I have been skirmishing over the last year or so about whether the final number that the University of Maine School of Law needs in allocation is somewhere around 5 million, or as I keep saying, about 5.5. And we all hope that we can get there eventually. We'll go to the next slide. Here is what we are watching very carefully, because this change, this enormous opportunity is, of course, something that we need to make sure we're budgeting for very carefully. We have not been in a building of this sort before. We've been doing estimates on all of the major costs as we've gone along. And the great news is that we think between the allocation that came by way of the governor's office and cost sharing with our university partners who are in the building with us, as we keep a very close eye on all of these costs, that we are very close to having sufficient funds to assure that we're operating this building well throughout the year. And that is actually really good news for all of us. The one issue I would highlight at this point, you'll see right under general expenses, parking is expensive. We knew going in that parking was going to be a necessary component of the costs of the building. We have contracts coming up that will allow us to assure that all of our faculty and staff across the law school, the center, and the university partners is covered. We have parking for students, and we're working with the Metro. And I think, Nicole, I think we have a slide right there. We go. So we have a number of people who are happy to see the law school coming into the center of Portland. We're working with several of the different parking managers. It's a whole new area of contract management that I can just say is very exciting, but we are going to assure that students have parking, that students have access to the building by way of the Metro service. We'll be working with Metro to create what we hope will be a new stop at both the Maine Law building and several other areas along 4th Street where there are new educational units. And we think this is all going to come together very well. What we don't have on the screen is the fact that we also have bike storage on the ground floor so that our students, our intrepid bikers, can get into the building, assure that their bikes are safe, and save on traffic into that very busy area of the city of Portland. Okay, this is the budget detail in the form you are accustomed to. You will see that it delivers to you exactly the same amount of information and the same bottom line, which is that system stabilization funds of about 1.2 will be needed with all of the other funds that will be coming in, and that those are the numbers we're managing right now. I'm happy to talk to you about any of that. Next slide, Nicole. The increase in budget for Maine Law, in addition to those facilities pieces that come with 300 4th Street, are primarily the COLAs, which we celebrate. It's been wonderful for our faculty and staff to be included in the COLAs and merit increases. It's made a huge difference in morale, and I think it's going to make a huge difference in retaining really great faculty. In addition, there are costs that were originally within the USM budget when Maine Law was under the USM budget umbrella that now show up in our budget, inclusive of this $289,000 in shared services costs, which were not previously in the Maine Law budget. They were included in USM. And then several other aspects of facilities operations, which we will all share, primarily related to those kinds of overview, making sure the building is safe and cleaned. And I'll just take this one moment because I was so happy to hear Alec talk about bathrooms. We don't talk about bathrooms, and yet the bathrooms in this building are so awful and so embarrassing We know we lost students who came to tour and had to stop to refresh themselves. It's very important to have facilities that are respectful. The new building has lovely bathrooms. You'll all be very happy to hear that. Okay, next slide. I wanted to talk to you about the next steps. We're in the process of strategic planning for the programmatic aspects. We've done what we can. Anytime there is a vacancy at Maine Law, we go through a whole process to determine whether it is that vacancy that should be filled or there are other aspects that are priorities. So you'll see we've repurposed a couple of positions, restructured positions to fit all of the new priorities. We have obtained funding through the Maine Center Ventures, the center, to help us. We're in the process of recruiting a director of innovation and special programs. That person will be the person who oversees the new MLS, the Masters of Laws. We're already working with the MBA program to talk about a combination MLS MBA, which we think can be a real benefit. We've not had anything like that in Maine in the past, and we think it's going to be a big draw. We also, true to his word, the chancellor supported this new funding piece with class sizes approximating 100. So our class sizes now this year and into the new year will run between 90 and 100 students. We simply did not have enough legal writing instructors. We have hired a new legal writing instructor who will begin this fall, and we're very pleased to actually have an opportunity to have a reasonable number of students in their legal writing classes. Next slide. I wanted to show you the FTE history just so you can get an idea of where we've been. There have not been a lot of changes in the total number of people at the law school. The one area that you will see a pretty dramatic reduction is in tenured faculty. Right now we have 21 faculty members. By most standards, we should have somewhere between 23 and 25, and we will be coming to you with some proposals for that in the next year. We have made do with adjunct faculty and with some professors of practice. The ABA is not at all happy about major classes being taught by adjuncts, and we have had to shift some of our really talented faculty around to teaching basic 1L courses in order to assure that we are complying with ABA rules. So we'll be back to you on this in the future, but we're keeping a very close eye, making sure that we're only bringing people in where they are really needed. Okay, next slide. The one thing that we have changed, we have been able to maintain the same tuition over the course of many years at this point. So you'll see the in-state tuition is $23,000. That's for one full year. Our non-resident tuition at $34,600 is lower than every one of our New England competitors and fairly dramatically lower than many of them who are in the mid 40s to mid 50s for non-resident tuition. We are moving up slightly to $36,000. We want to keep Maine Law a really great value, and rather than going much toward the rest of our competitors, we want to be able to bring people into Maine, to Maine Law, and convince them to make their lives here. So we're maintaining that non-resident tuition at about $36,000. It's not a huge increase in revenue, but it will give us some flexibility. The other thing we will be talking to you about as the budgets develop is the issue of fees. You heard a little bit about this from Alec with regard to USM. because of the separation of Maine law and USM, some of the fee issues are still in development. Nicole and Alec are spending a lot of time trying to make sure that this is good for our students, but maintains what's necessary for us to provide the services. We'll be back to you with some additional information on comprehensive fees and the other fees that may have to be charged. And next screen. Here, the enrollment projections for Maine law, like many law schools, remains positive. We continue to see really highly qualified applicants, and we anticipate that we will be able to keep up this excellent enrollment, sticking around somewhere between 90 and 100 students. You will hear the chancellor suggest 150. Please reject all suggestions for 150 students. We really have given a whole lot of thought to the size of Maine law and the community. And we think that 100 students is the sweet spot for maintaining this amazing community sense, and yet making sure there are enough students so that we are continuing to fuel the economy. And next. This is, we've talked about the really pernicious tuition discounting and how it affects the ability to bring in qualified students. This chart really just demonstrates the more tuition discounting any law school provides, the more qualified their applicants are who are being accepted into the school. We are at the point where we think we have stabilized at 2.5 and that we can continue to draw in really wonderful students and maintain that amount. And next. This, I blame Nicole for this. So we are still all trying to determine what will happen with the round building when it has been emptied. And there has been some suggestion that we should raffle off the opportunity to push the plunger when the building is being destroyed. I'm not altogether certain that the city of Portland allows anyone to blow up buildings anymore, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Dean Softly. Questions? I had a quick one. The 100 student, to grow to 100, would 100 students give you the revenue to no longer need to rely on reserves?
100 students, 100 JD students will not get us completely over that hump. What I think is going to help us not need reserves in future years is the non-JD programs, which is where we're watching many of our competitor law schools actually finding much more revenue than people had anticipated. So the non-JD Masters of Laws and several of the certificate programs, compliance certificate, privacy certificate, which we're working on expanding. The non-JD programs are fairly lucrative when you get them up and running. The JD programs themselves are, we'll get better at it, but I don't think that'll get us over that eventual hump.
And what's the trajectory for those non-JD? I mean,
that's a great question, and it's a question I cannot yet answer. We have to design the program. We're working on recruiting the director for the program and getting into the building, and the building will allow us to create a lot of online education around the MLS. We anticipate that that is a program that could be as effective for enrollment numbers as the MBA has been with marketing and the right technology. But I wouldn't want to hazard a guess and be way off as to how much, how soon.
Okay, anybody else? Roger, Trustee Cates?
Thank you. Just following up a bit on that, first of all, congratulations on the trajectory of this whole thing. It's been really exciting to see. In addition to the reserves, and I guess the 1.5 million, which we could characterize as one-time money, is that?
So let me make sure I understand. The 1.5 million allocated by the governor for facility is actually continuing dollars each year.
That was my question. So the only thing which is kind of going forward, not continuing dollars, would be the reliance on reserves at this point.
That's correct. The 3.9 allocation with which we begin the year is the continuing budget for the law school. And the projection right now is that we will need that 1.2 in addition to make it to the end of the year. Our hope is, my hope, you will want to talk with Ryan, because my hope and Ryan's hope may not be identical. My hope is to get the law school to the point where its annual allocation is at 5 million or slightly above every year. And then with those funds to be able to build into the work that we're doing additional revenue that would actually allow the law school to create its own reserves, which it has never had. So that when the budget gets buffeted, there will be some ability to make sure we don't have to lose programs in the process.
Thanks. That's it for me. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Okay, anybody else?
Madam Chair, could I just on that one point, just want to back up everything that the Dean said. You know, she talked about that target of 5 million-ish. I mean, you can look at the budget right now. If we were at 5 million, then, you know, rounding here, now you don't need the 1.2. So if we can get up to that, you know, 5.5 number, now you're talking about getting enough revenue to get back to balance your expenditure budget. You've got a little bit over that to make some of the critical investments that you would need to make. So, you know, again, this has been a long, you know, multi-year process. But you know, again, it's laying out exactly as we hoped. And if we can get, you know, if we go into the next budget cycle with a couple of more 3% increases, you know, you can see the path to us getting there sooner rather than later.
And Dean Suffolk, what's your trajectory? I know you've refocused on the foundation and building private sector giving. What do you expect to be able to raise?
Well, we our initial review indicated that we could that our major gifts campaign should start at about 5 million for unrestricted dollars for law school support over the years. My hope is certainly my hope before the market started to do strange things to the foundation was that we would actually be able to raise more than that. We have not launched the campaign yet, and a lot of that awaits our ability to bring people through and into that beautiful building, which will make a really big difference.
Okay, I have Trustee Martin and the Chancellor. Trustee Martin.
Thank you for your presentation, Dean Softly. I'm intrigued by the certificate programs, just because I think most of us on the call have experienced in the past 5 years, maybe 10 years, an insurgence of compliance officers everywhere. And this is basically to future opportunity. How do you plan on having corporate engagement with that, where you would be dealing with companies to offer that training, or would it be merely, you know, students coming in to tack that on to whatever they're graduating with, you know, maybe graduate studies in a business program? Or
so, Trustee Martin, that is a great question, and in fact, we have built the compliance program around employer needs. And so most of the students right now coming into the compliance program, which is non-JD, anyone can take this program. Most of those students come to us from many of the larger employers in the state. So they are places like Unum, some of the healthcare providers. it is, as you indicate, enough of a demand that we may actually start to think about differentiating and creating compliance programs that are actually focused on particular areas rather than doing what is right now basically a survey course in compliance. But if you think about compliance issues related to the healthcare industry or compliance issues in the financial industry, and you begin to see the overlay of privacy and cybersecurity issues, we think in the years to come that focusing with much greater clarity on particular industries and providing all of those may draw many more students, not just from the Maine and New England area.
And it's good opportunities, good paying jobs, and you know,
Exactly.
I like that. I also want to put a plug. I know that we're on tour from time to time, going to different campuses. I would love to be able to have a meeting down at Maine Law. I'd even love to see a before and after, because I've been hearing about all the terribleness of the existing building. And I'd like to see the success story of the new building. So
Wonderful. We'd love to tour you through.
Great. Chancellor?
Thank you. In honor of the good work that the dean is doing, I propose that we name the current building after her before we tear it down. So I just want to throw that in for. Now, I just want to speak to some of the newer trustees. The reality of the situation of the law school is that in comparison, we have many majors that do not pay for themselves. In fact, very large groups of students of majors that don't pay for themselves. What's a little bit different is that this is a much smaller number of students that cost a lot more to educate than, say, nursing, which generally loses money across the board. And we have, I don't know, thousands of students, or probably around 1,500 students total, that loses money. This is a small concentration. I think what you're all investing in is making sure that Maine's legal community remains strong. And quite frankly, I think that the dean is doing a fantastic job in assuring the future of the legal community. It is an investment we're making in the state, but that's what public universities are called upon to do. So I just wanted to put it in perspective. We have many majors that we offer two large numbers of students that lose money. What the problem is, she doesn't have housing. She doesn't have the sports team. She doesn't have some of the other ways to generate funds. And again, we can always call into question whether we want to make this investment, but I think it would have devastating impact on the legal community in Maine.
Great. Anybody else? It's exciting times for the law school, and we really appreciate your time and presentation. And with that, thank you, Dean Softly. We will break for half an hour, come back at 12:30 with UMA in hopes of keeping on schedule in the afternoon so we get our half hour for executive session to debrief these excellent presentations. So see you all in half an hour. 12:30, be back. All right. After our leisurely lunch break.
I'm pretty sure I still have food on my face.
Probably. I'm going to watch and see how many people go off to eat their lunch now. Hi, Chancellor.
I walked over and got my black bear chili, so I'm still eating. So I'll be the first to go off on the
You
thing.
are a trendsetter. That's good. Well, this is great. There's so much material here. I know it's a long day, but important information. Looks like Team UMA is in place. It's 12:30. I think we have a sufficient number to be a quorum, Ellen?
I'm just counting, sorry. Yeah, we're all set. You can start.
Great. Okay, good. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We really appreciate UMA being here and moving up your time. It's a shocking thing to be ahead of time, and we hope to be able to continue to be so. So let me turn the podium over to President Zekas and the UMA team.
Good afternoon, folks, and thank you for having us here. So let me just say the UMA team today, besides myself, is Eiley Robinson, who's our Executive Director of Finance, Buster Neal, who's our CBO, and John Henry, who's our Vice President for Enrollment Management and Marketing, presenting you today's our budget. Next slide, Eiley. So UMA is presenting a balanced budget for you today. We are projecting a modest growth of about 1% based on modeling both at the system level as well as UMA. Hopefully by the end of this presentation, you'll see UMA's commitment to our facilities, especially an eye on our NAV values. And by the end, you should see us leveraging our resources to address workforce needs, facilities upgrades, and our support, continuing support for teaching and learning.
As excuse me, as President Zekas mentioned, we are presenting to you a balanced budget. A couple of comments as we look at this slide. In the E&G budget, we also have included a small contingency account. It's about $175,000. That gives us a little buffer if we have any surprises during the year or we have opportunities during the year. Looking at the auxiliary side, this is primarily housing at UMA. Housing was created to help generate additional enrollment, particularly as we look at specific areas like nursing and architecture. We've also found over the 3 years that as we look at our residential students as compared to other students, on the average over the course of the year, they're taking 9 credit hours more. So that's additional tuition and fee revenue being generated there. We've also found over the 3 years that approximately 1/3 of our residential students identify themselves as being non-white. So that's also helping with our DEI adventures and our plans there too. Ali? So looking at a little more detail on the E&G budget, we won't run through all of this, but there are a few things I would like to mention to you. First of all, tuition and fees, you'll find out later that we have a small, moderate increase in our non-resident, but as everyone else is doing, nothing in in-state. I would bring to your attention the waivers and scholarships line. You'll see that we're actually reducing the amount budgeted there by $363,000. That does not mean that our students are getting less support. Rather, we've been able to take the increase in the state grant which we very much appreciate, as well as the additional federal funds that we've received. So we're able to package comparable financial support for our students, but not coming out of our operating budget as much. So we're very appreciative of what's happened there. And personnel, when we put the budget together, some of our labor agreements had not been finalized. And I think at this point, based on the tentative agreements that we have, we do feel that we have budgeted sufficiently here to cover those agreements. In the supplies and services area, primarily inflation here, hyperinflation, I guess I should say. Travel, a big increase as we look at that as our employees are able to get out more. At the same time, I would just remind you that prior to the pandemic, we actually budgeted $320,000 there. So we're still managing below where we have been. And then the other big change is in the other expense category. And really what that reflects is what transpired in fiscal year 22. We were able to utilize HERF funds to reduce the debt of quite a few students. That had a 1-year positive impact on our bad debt expense. So now we're just bringing that bad debt expense number back up to where it needs to be. And then down below, you'll notice capital expenditures that we are increasing in that area. And we'll look at those details a little bit later. Okay, Ali. In the auxiliary area, again, housing, there's a small increase in the rate that we'll look at a little bit later also. In this case, in housing, you'll notice that we actually increase the waiver scholarship line. And that is because we were able, based on our experience, to actually terminate a security contract that we had. Instead, we're bringing in a couple of more community assistants to help with that. And then down below, you'll see in the supplies and service line, the corresponding decrease in the security contract that we've terminated. Ali? So again, just a quick detailed summary of where we are, what we're proposing. And if you look at the fiscal year 23 column going all the way down, you'll see that we are balanced. We have not added in any reserves, nor are we asking for any stabilization funds. So we're very, very pleased that we're able to present this to you.
Okay, so as we move into the academic area to see what we'll be working on for the next fiscal year, the first one, I'm going to just highlight just a few of these many efforts. The first one is our master's degree in trauma-informed emergency management. I'm actually going to say a little more about that on the next slide, so hold on, I guess. The next one is a little farther down. You'll see our efforts in IT. So UMA has about 400 students in CIS, cybersecurity, data science, and we continue to invest more in this area. We will be working next academic year on things such as a master's degree, perhaps in data visualization. Esports is becoming very popular, and we're interested in that area as well. The bullet just below that one on machine learning, you'll see that we are trying to infuse more analytics into our academic programs, business being one of the first ones, and even not just business administration, but also accounting. A little farther down, you'll see justice studies. We are getting an associate's degree in community policing. There's a national audience out there. This program will be online. We see a lot of trends for law enforcement to have, law enforcement officers to have college degrees, and we think this is a great step and needed out there. On the other side of the column there, you see the best practices in distance education. UMA remains a leader in distance education. I'll just focus on the second bullet on the high flex course delivery. As we get out of the pandemic, we do want to give students as many options of modalities as we can, whether they want to come live, and I think a lot of them do, but also if they're hesitant and they want to kind of balance and move between doing it remote or doing it live or doing it at a distance. We are positioned to provide students those opportunities. And the last one I want to highlight is towards the bottom right-hand corner is about DEI integration. We have in our budget to bring in a postdoc who has expertise in diversity, equity and inclusion. This keeps us moving on one of our major tenets of our strategic plan, as well as our facilities investments that we're doing as well. UMA remains committed to be a welcoming place for all. Eileen? So from a unified accreditation point of view, again, just highlighting a few of these. The first one, many of our students are first generation students, not knowing much about graduate programs at all. UMA is growing in that area, but there's a ton of existing graduate programs that we want to get our students aligned with. And so building those pipelines remains our work that we've done, I think, a good job in this academic year. As we move forward, we just want to do more of that. For the one under University of Maine at Presque Isle, the medical laboratory technology, again, a workforce need that is a state need in this area. We're providing investments to double the number of graduates in that program, and we're working with UMPI to do that. On the other side, the Lewiston Center and Dental Clinic, we still see a lot of opportunities there in partnering with USM, that space for dental assistance. And so again, another workforce need. A lot of the people in dental, the dental assisting and dental hygiene left during the pandemic, and we have to figure out a way to kind of increase the number of graduates there as well. And the final one is the one I promised from the previous slide, our master's degree in trauma-informed emergency management. This is the only master's graduate program in emergency management listed in the FEMA website that is focused on trauma as a piece. So planning, emergency management, but the resiliency component, and I think as we come out of the pandemic, is we see that there's a need for this program as well. Okay, thank you.
Pardon me, I forgot to unmute. I have 7 slides to discuss enrollment and student support services that we provide to support that enrollment. As requested through some feedback from our first presentation, we wanted to offer some detail about how we ascribe our credits to our 8 university centers spread out throughout the state. So here's the map that demonstrates our presence that is statewide with our statewide mission, and some detail about how we ascribe credits for each of those centers using a zip code radius that was informed by the directors of those centers several years ago. In a nutshell, the 34,000 credits that you see there represent about 45% of our total credit hours that we assume and subscribe to the center's presence and activity. So it generates a lot of significant revenue, net revenue after expenses for the university at those 8 centers. We see our role with the centers as evolving as time has changed, not just because of the pandemic, but as needs emerge. So we can expand a center or even close one, as we have done in the recent past, based on local or regional needs. And in fact, what we're doing is the opposite. We're really using the centers to amplify our presence in communities and amplify their role in our distributed advising and support model. We're trying to disperse our advisement services and advisement models so that someone does not have to call Augusta or Bangor to receive a detailed advisement or support service. They can rather get that right locally if they wish to meet in person with someone at one of our regional centers. They also provide that wonderful connection to our partner high schools through our very successful early college program, which we'll talk about in more detail. But I hope this does provide the feedback that was requested at our last meeting. Next slide, please. Here's the money shot, as they like to say. This is our waterfall credit hour projection. We've been very modest with just shy of a 1% growth in credit hours. And let me explain the bars left to right. You see our fiscal year 22 budget and what our forecast is to have a slight decrease in that of about 400 credit hours. And then we deflate that figure based on the University of Maine systems model that was run this year. And then next, we align that model with our own. We have 4 years of modeling, and we conjoined those 2 models between the system office and our own, and we adjusted it and aligned it partially to explain some variance with some high degree of confidence and yet still being conservative to re-inflate that deflation based on the modeling and based on 4 years of pretty good history of our modeling projections. Then we add in additional credit hour opportunities based on new programs that we'll be launching. For example, a part-time nursing degree that we will be launching in the fall, the first only part-time degree for an RN in the state of Maine. And we're starting out slowly. We anticipate about 40 students might start in the program, eventually growing to about 100 part-time RN students throughout the state. We have a successful nursing partnership with the University of Maine Farmington to provide nursing education on the UMF campus. We anticipate that, again, a modest growth with about 12 students matriculating in that program next fall. It's not even a year old, so we're still getting used to working with Farmington on that. We've worked out a lot of kinks in this first year. Our graduate programs can go only up. Our significant increase in demand and support for those is evident with the cybersecurity program, our certificate in substance use disorders, and as Joe said, the trauma-informed emergency management master's degree. Our aviation program is growing a little bit. We have moved that to Brunswick location, and we now have our own tail number, which means we can provide the FAA Part 141 support for that program so students can enter directly into the aviation program, particularly veterans, something that we have yet been able to do. But the acquisition of our airplane and a tail number changes the game for that program. We anticipate some maturity of our retention efforts with the maturity of our EAB, which I'll talk more about. That's the tools we use to do active intervention and intrusive support of students. We also have hard funded through our own dollars some Title III funded staff from our 5-year grant from Title III. So we are strongly committed and have moved positions to support an expanded advisement and support and intervention model. And finally, very excited to say that we have additional partnerships emerging to provide workforce support for current employees in mental health and human services fields. We just signed 2 days ago an arrangement with Kids Peace. Many of you know that it's a statewide organization. They wish to educate and offer their employees tuition reimbursement to gain micro-credentials and credentials of value, such as a certificate or an associate degree. Kids Peace has signed on. We expect 2 more to come on in the next few months, and that's Spurwink and NFI North, 2 very large agencies that have hundreds of employees throughout the state. We're excited to offer this at a slight discount to those employees. And again, the employers are paying the tuition for those employees. That leads us to our budgeted credits for the year. Here's more of a detail over the last 10 years. You can see we did take a bit of a hit for 10 years ago. We leveled that out in the last 5 years. And if you look at the bottom line, we've actually been very happy to be stable in our enrollment throughout the pandemic. We lost 1 to 2 percentage points of total credit hours at the undergraduate level. But while the line does not say this, our early college program has been very successful and nearly doubled in the last 5 years. And that is not only important from an early college perspective, but those students tend to matriculate at higher numbers at UMA once they've had an early college experience with UMA. So we're very pleased to see that the early college is going to continue to feed our regular undergraduate matriculation of traditional students, a fairly new and emerging market for UMA, in addition to our regular service for adult learners. Next slide. This is the detail as provided and required by the Chancellor's Office, and anything in salmon there is a change from the model on the left. And on the right is the explanation. I won't read it because it's pretty detailed, but essentially we made some adjustments in what was delivered by the system projection with evidence and with documentation on the right column as to why we altered the number that was provided for us with a high degree of confidence, as I outlined earlier. Next slide, please. It doesn't get there. We don't meet those goals unless we market and let the world know that we're here to serve them. So we spend about $365,000 next year in the budget for our marketing efforts. This is not admissions recruitment. This is direct marketing. What's notable in this is 3 things. First of all, 45%, nearly half, is digital. This is internet-based or device-based marketing and targeting that we do at the device level. We can hit an entire household with banner ads, every phone or every iPad that's in that house. We can be that precise, or we can send general banner ads available depending on where someone is in the state and what kind of audience characteristics they have. So we are moving more into the digital and less into the traditional realm. The next 2 represents about 1/3 of our total spend, and that's what I call traditional media, radio and TV. But what's important about cable TV is we can get a lot more coverage for cable rather than broadcast channels. And furthermore, we can do something called over the top, or OTT, which is streaming services like Hulu and Netflix. And those also prove to be very, very valuable as more of the world is moving to streaming services. So we're putting more dollars into our cable and over the top purchases for TV. And finally, in traditional, only 20% of our dollars will be spent on traditional direct mail and print services. But as the old saying goes, we still have to use the old media to drive our public to the new media. So having some presence on postcards, on regular ads and on the printed media drives them to our website and to other types of ads that they might expect to be served when they're surfing on their devices. Next, please. Marketing is the start and recruitment is the finish. We have a full-fledged admissions office running very, very well. They've done a fantastic job during the pandemic, pivoting to virtual, and now we're going to pivot back. So as Buster said earlier, we're going to have some increase in travel expenses. We were able to minimize those, but now we must return and get on the road for recruitment. So we'll be switching more from a virtual to live college fair and high school and community college attendance. So that's going to require some more money for our recruitment staff to be on the road. However, we're not giving up the virtual. We had a very successful and will continue to do so, Coffee with Counselors. It's kind of a fake newscast, which was hugely popular with the 400+ guidance counselors around the state of Maine. And it will continue our family nights because they were successful during the pandemic, and it's a convenient time for students and their parents to have a conversation with an admissions counselor at night from their own home. More importantly, we have a very sophisticated communications plan using our CRM platform, which is called TargetX. That's built on Salesforce. Many of you know that term. So we have leveraged that very successfully with a very seasoned person in our admissions operation, and will continue to do so. But again, we still have to have a view book. We still have to have traditional emails and postcards and collateral, and those will continue to be part of our recruitment plans. Most exciting is the last bullet here, our chat bot, which is on every single page of our website, is providing thousands of answers on every week. The chat bot gets smarter every day as we have a person staffing it. And when the bot doesn't have a high degree of confidence that it gets the answer right, it forces it to our staff member, who then builds that understanding or the knowledge of the bot so that over time it becomes even smarter and more useful. And the bot answers 24/7, 365, even when we can't. So we're very proud to have that tool available. And for our adult population, we know that 1/3 of our traffic, 1/3 of our questions come after hours when business is closed. So it's actually helping our students receive the answers that they need to inquire about the university. Next slide. Recruiting is one half, retention is the other, the yin and the yang of each other. So looking at the student life cycle, we have the engagement and onboarding process. And I won't go through all of these, but to highlight, we have a very robust commitment to onboarding, and we'll be implementing the USM onboarding model that was so successful with these 90-minute onboarding interviews that will be occurring this year. We're in our 3rd year of an online student orientation. When you have a dispersed population, it's better to give them online videos. So we have some very creative and short videos for each of the topical areas one might inquire or need to know about the orientation process to the university. We'll be continuing to offer those as well. And we are launching, as the president said, the esports. This is not a bullet on here, but we are converting an old ITV video receive space into a very robust esports arena with high-end technology and 12 gaming stations, and forming a complete esports club that will compete at the ECAC conference level. That's an engagement opportunity for a huge number of students. In fact, when we launched the esports last fall, 80 students expressed an interest in the club within a matter of months. So we know it will be successful once we get this building of this new arena done by the end of summer, we hope. Great amount of student success and support opportunities here. The Teaching and Learning Commons is something that's a revamping of our existing support, but combining it all to one entity called the TLC, or Teaching Learning Commons, again, to consolidate that support regardless of where a student is or when she or he might need support and services. We are restructuring our advising model, as I mentioned, so that regardless of where a staff member sits in the state, she or he can serve a student regardless of where they are as well. So we may have an advisor for the business program who's sitting in Rumford as the student success coordinator there. We may have an advisor for the aviation program sitting in Brunswick, where the aviation program is. So this flipping of this advising model is going to serve our students and also make our staff more cross-trained than ever before. As we know, not every student is successful the first time. We have a number of intervention and response efforts there that you see. The early alerts is really helping us identify early opportunities when faculty flag students, and we can then provide a response and intervention to that student who might not be engaging in ways that would indicate they are not being successful. We also have the CARES team, our behavioral intervention and response team, that's helping students before a major crisis occurs to keep them on the rails. As we go online, we are increasing our support and services for instructional design and instructional support. And finally, persistence is everything. Without getting students across that stage, it's hard to meet our goals. Our Pine Tree State Pledge, which is our zero tuition pledge, is now in its 5th year. And as Buster alluded to, because of the increase of Maine State grant and the Pell Grant, our last dollar is actually going to go down for the tuition promise. It's costing us less to deliver on this promise because of the federal and state dollars first. And we're very grateful that those two funds have been increased so much in the last cycle. And finally, the Make the Grade course repeat. This proved valuable. Again, we had 75 students, the most ever. I don't know if that's good or bad news. That means we had 75 students who failed a class that needed to repeat it. It was 50 something in the fall, but we had 75 who asked to have that course repeated for free. And we did fund that this year out of our HERF dollars, which made less impact on our own tuition waiver budget. Next slide.
The next few slides will take a look at facilities and capital. Slide 15 is the Gordian chart that you'll see from all of the institutions. You can see we've been up and down over the years. Most recently, we've been down a bit. However, you'll see that over the last 3 years, we are going up and we'll be continuing to go up. So we're going to really strive to hit that low mark, at least anyway, Kylie. Looking at net asset value, we're at 68%. We're right in line with our peers, a little bit above the system average. But I can tell you with that 70% goal that you have established, we feel very confident that we're going to hit that 70% in the next year or two, if not exceed it. Ali? Looking at what we plan to do in 23, you see we have about $1.255 million, quite a variety of projects that we're going to be able to hit, most of which are definitely going to improve our facilities. One I would bring a special attention to, right in the middle there, you see the MLT VTE remodel. That's MedLab Tech and Vet Tech. That relates to the two projects that you just approved at the last FFT meeting. If you drop down below, you see the proposed UMS internal loan. That will be at the next board meeting, hopefully will be passed by the full board. Again, that relates to the two projects. All total, they run about $3.3 million. So we're supplementing the loan with the $330,000, but I also wanted you to be aware that going forward, that $330,000 will be moved into debt service, which then will pay back the internal loan that we'll be taking out. I also just wanted to remind you that we had about $3.2 million of HERF money that went into facilities, primarily HVAC. Looking at fiscal year 22, we have every dollar committed. I don't know if everything will be spent by June 30th, but it will be encumbered. And then also a reminder that we had a little over $3 million of general obligation bonds. So on this page, you're looking at roughly $12 million that's going into our facilities. And that's why we're confident we're going to hit that 70% mark. Ali? Looking at depreciation, again, recognizing your wishes and the fact that we're putting more focus on our facilities, we're able to increase our depreciation from 62% to 68% in fiscal year 23. Ali? And again, just a reminder, we got off to a fast start in terms of diminishing our footprint. So in the past, we had done over 60,000. We did another 4,700 this year. So right now we've removed about 66,000 square feet at UMA, and we're still looking for other possibilities too. Again, on the tuition, you can see the modest increases in out of state. The non-resident online, we increased a little bit more. Historically, that rate was 125% of whatever the in-state rate is. We bumped that up in our proposal to 130%. So a little bit higher, but I can tell you that comparatively within the system, that is still a very low number. Ali?
After holding housing rates flat from FY21 to FY22, you can see here that the institution is increasing rates by 2.9% in FY23 to keep up with rising expenses. UMA is also working to increase our summer revenue by growing our existing internship housing relationship with the Margaret Chase Smith Institute and by building a conference program. The conference program is kicking off this spring and will focus on bringing groups to campus who will rent unused spaces, including housing during the summer. As you can see from this slide, UMA has the capacity to house 80 students. For budget purposes, we calculate a 98% occupancy rate or 78 beds. However, due to the uncertainty of COVID-19, this year we've chosen to leave one single room purposefully vacant for immediate quarantine needs. We also have a contract with the local Best Western Hotel to provide quarantine options should that need arise.
And just 2 more slides to go. We wanted to share these 2 ratios with you. The composite gives the reading of basically where's the institution overall. And you can see, looking at the trend, UMA has stayed above the low mark and low benchmark, and it's consistently doing so. And we have every reason to believe that that will continue that way. The bottom ratio basically measures the ability of the institution to meet debt obligations. And you can see, again, consistently, we've been above the benchmark and found ourselves now in what we feel is a very strong position. And then finally, just take a quick look at our reserves. We feel, again, comparatively, we're in a strong position here and feel like that gives us some flexibility going forward if we need so. And with that, President Zakis, I'll turn that back to you.
And thank you. So let me just kind of reiterate that UMA is in a strong position, and we remain agile and looking for opportunities. Our fiscal prudence, our workforce commitment, investing in our future. I believe that we're going to be handing off a very strong institution with a bright future for our new president. And happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Team UMA, and thank you, Joe, for your interim leadership. If we don't get a chance to do that again, which we will. Questions? Trustee McMahon.
For bus step, this is the only budget that's showing a reduction in utility costs. Can you tell us how you've achieved that in the inflationary environment where across the system we're budgeting about $2 million? Is there a learning experience there for people?
Well, I think for one thing, we certainly have an advantage of having as many online courses as we do. So we don't have quite the impact on the facilities. Also, we have worked hard to try to control and manage our heating and cooling, and that's a part of it. So we actually are under budget this year when we look at our utility budget. So we're going to come under that fiscal year 22 budget. And so we feel very confident that we're going to be able to remain in that.
Madam Chair.
Right.
Did I just mention on that point, because it's a really good question, and for those of us that sat in on some of the dry runs, we noticed that same thing, which caused me to go back to Director Gavin and his team and asked them to do kind of a full analysis of all the opportunities that were on campuses, and just to make sure we were doing things consistently. So maybe for the April discussion, we could just build in a little bit of time. We'll invite Chip in there to talk a little bit about that. We do feel comfortable the numbers are right. They're just a little different for different reasons on each of the campuses, but we'd be happy to cover that in just a little bit more detail because it is a good question.
Great, good. Anybody else? Jonathan, I was pleased to see the slide on the regional sites, but I wonder if for April you could tell me the total expenses and how many of those sites are co-located with a community college, another campus, some other entity. Thanks.
Happy to do that, sure.
That'd be great. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Jim, Trustee Irwin, did I see you? No, okay. All right, well, thank you very much, UMA. We will look forward to seeing you again in April and appreciate the presentation. And we will now move on to the University of Maine at Presque Isle. There he is, okay. Great. President Rice, if you are ready, we are ready for you.
Sorry, once I found my unmute button. I believe we are ready indeed, Madam Chair. So I'm fortunate to be joined this afternoon with Betsy Espy, my CBO, who is joining us actually from the very temperate land of New York State. Very glad to have the two of us with you. Just a couple of quick notes of introduction about where we are as an institution and explaining the budget that you are seeing put before you. And as I noted to a smaller group of people, this is kind of a tale of two campuses or two institutions. On the one side, on the one hand, we've experienced a 25% increase in overall headcount since the spring of the pandemic, a 21% increase in credit hour generation with over 12,000 hours already generated this spring semester alone, the first time we've crossed that threshold in a decade. Our Your Pace competency-based programming is responsible for that increase. We have 338 building enrolled students as of census. That's a 704% increase from 2 years ago. That degree completion program for working professionals and adult learners is responsible now for a third of our enrollments this spring. Against that, though, in my Dickensian trope here, we have seen a drop in residential students from 280 to a prospect of 175 we're budgeting for this coming year. That's a loss of $800,000 in and of itself. Add to that the abiding challenge of converting a subscription-based competency model that doesn't function within the traditional calendar, reflects increased costs of $2 million in that area alone. So I'm convinced that even more so after these 2 years of the pandemic, that the mid and long-term future of our institution is optimistic, but the perfect storm of the pandemic's impact upon us compels us to present to you this budget that incorporates plans for meeting these current challenges and ensuring that we can negotiate the uncertainty of the short-term situation to achieve long-term fiscal stability. And that is our obligation, not just to the system, but to the people of Aroostook County and the people of Maine. So that's what we're presenting to you, starting with the beloved Placido spreadsheet here, defining what our population should look like in the coming fiscal year. As you can see, we've followed the numbers very closely through the spreadsheet. We've even received within the last month increased prospective numbers from academic partnerships in regards to our Your Pace numbers. We have kept our original numbers in this spreadsheet here that were predicted, so that we will be on the conservative side of our predictions. As you can see on this second slide here, this is our historic numbers in regards to the Your Pace programming that I just mentioned. You can see how it was 128, how right now it's over 346. I think it's surpassed the 370 mark as of today. But we built in that number of 1808, and you can see our budget design for the Your Pace programming itself, looking at little over 2450 in regards to undergraduate programming and 145 in regards to the single graduate program we have in the Your Pace program. And again, that's all subscription rates, and it's a very difficult conversion to the 3-credit model that the rest of the system uses, which is part of the challenge we face every year making these predictions. And then that gets to the budget numbers themselves, which I would gladly turn over to Betsy to look at these next couple of slides for you.
Good afternoon. You can see that in our traditional tuition population, we show an 8% decrease. However, we do show a 62% increase in Your Pace year on year. and that gives us great hope. However, it's a real paradigm shift for us, looking at students that are traditional students on campus or even locally and coming to campus, and trying to rebuild that population after the pandemic. We have added in a technology fee, and that adds in $167,000. And we have reviewed the waivers and identified ways in which we can save by using different opportunities together, whether they're donations or whether it's minimizing the impact on operating budget while using support from the federal government with greater insistence with our students. We've identified ways in which we can reduce travel costs a little bit more, and that leaves us with the E&G side at a $2.1 million loss. Certainly, we realize, and I will say this many times as I present, that there will not be stabilization funds after next year, that there will not be a financial bailout by the federal government, and that our obligation is to design the budget for 23 and 24 so that we're both balanced and we have assumed the responsibility of it's approximately $2.5 million that we need to cover. In auxiliary, we have again reduced waivers and travel has been reduced, and that gets us to a bottom line of $675,000 negative, bringing us to a total of $2.8 million before the transfers. Now there's a transfer here for budget stabilization, both for this year and next year. And there's a use of funds from the HERF funds that brings us to a negative $363,986. When we look at the opportunities to offset the $363,986, the first thing that we've identified, which is an ongoing process, is building the Your Pace program with greater classes onto Brightspace and a greater number of graduate programs. We believe that alone will bring another $15,000 into support for next year. We're looking at altering the protocol for class size to an 8-person minimum, and under 8 students, it will be a directed study. We believe that with a qualified adjunct, and as it is presented to the dean and provost, we will be able to handle the larger class load without exceptions. There will be a savings of $30,000. We have been searching for the last, I think it's been 8 months, maybe 9 months, for the balance between what is successful in terms of class size for our general education classes and what's been our history. We can identify that a class size of 15 is probably essential, so we are aiming for a class size of 16 students in order to capture the greatest opportunity for balancing tuition and fees against cost for running program classes. And that's, we believe, an addition of $50,000. Our University Advancement Office recognizes that their responsibility is twofold. One piece of it is to assist the university in specifically identified projects. I'll explain one of those projects to you. The other is to find operating support. We search, or I say sleuth, for grants that are operating support all the time, and actually share them with other institutions as well. Currently, the University Advancement Office just finished supporting the university with a second gift from the same donor who offered us 1.2 million for the Wadeen restructuring program, which is putting a new roof on and then rebuilding the entire inside because of the structural support that has to be put in place. And the second donation, which has been provided to us, is about 195,000, meaning that we will not be asking for any more money to support the project. We have started a program of 7-week courses. We're doing 2 right now, one in math and one in psychology. The notion is that if we can find a way to support our students in their efforts to fulfill their degree requirements, and if they are finding themselves not able to be successful at the beginning of the semester, at the end of the semester, they can pick up a second class for 7 weeks. We believe that following this practice will assist our students in being able to stay successful. And we're looking at whether stacking those classes, in other words, do 3 7-week classes at the beginning of the semester and 3 7-week classes at the end of the semester, or 2 and 2, or 1 and 3, might be a more palatable way for students to participate in classes. With that in mind, we're looking at a new increase of $50,000. So if we look at our deficit and we look at the changes we are already predicting but have not been loaded into the budget yet, we're down to a loss of $68,986. I'm going to let Ray take this now.
So the other thing I would just add to what you just heard about the 7-week, the use of the 7-week modules built into the regular fall and spring semesters also allows us to utilize a Your Pace, which already is broken up into 6 different subscription units throughout the year, which can also allow us to graduate students in 3 years. So we're working on programs in which students in selected programs and very specific pathways can complete their entire degree within 3 years, utilizing at least 2 summers of intensive coursework. So this next slide looks at our credit hour composition at census. And as you can see in 2023, you can see that nice slope upward starting in 2020 and really accelerating the last 2 years. That little tiny purple that we're projecting is growth in the master's program, and hopefully some additional programs to join that first master's program there. But you can also see through that slide the gain in the Your Pace in the green, which has not just accelerated, but has really become a major cornerstone of credit hour generation for the institution. The next slide looks at student populations changes in our waterfall slide here between 22 and 23. And again, you can see our projected increases in regards to 36,000 credit hours, including early college for the upcoming year. And you can see on the left, excluding the early college. And again, you see that projection, including new students, new Your Pace students. And again, that's a low estimate based upon AP's own revised estimate. They're looking at, AP is now projecting a 38% growth for the Your Pace programming for this coming year. Prior to that, they were projecting close to a 10% growth. So they've increased their projections considerably.
But again, this reflects our base budget here, which we're moving forward with in that regard for 23. In the next slide, you can see our annual credit hour generation rate, which matches the enrollment pretty tightly there in regards to particularly the top line, where you see us just under 32,000 credit hours projected for 22-23. And again, we are very certain that that is a low projection. And you can see a marginally, a slight decrease in the early college, although I expect that to be somewhere between 42 and 4,500 credit hours as well. And that gets us to our residence history with Betsy.
What's been interesting is that COVID changed student housing and dining patterns, and it may be permanently, but I don't believe so. I think our residence halls are our biggest target of change for the coming years. We will be installing a mandatory housing dining program for all first-year students in financial year 24. What we want to do is begin the process of offering that housing using the standard of what it costs to live locally and what it costs to live on campus. So we're hoping that some education about costs will be helpful to our students. We are budgeting 175 students in residence, but we can accommodate 90 more. And with that, we hope that 25 more can be captured, because at 225, we balance off the cost for food service, and then housing becomes a very strong stream of auxiliary revenue. We have not made the change in our budget past 175 residents yet. I would like to go through room draw and see what kind of response we get from students, which happens in another 2 weeks. But I think the opportunity to be able to look at what is costing them while having an education is essential. The Gordian review is always fascinating and challenging, because we are putting less than $400,000 a year into our increased backlog for maintenance needs. And to do what really needs to be done will require probably $10 million in the end. But we're looking at the targets of our residence halls being the primary locations where we need to put new money. And thankfully, it looks as if we will get a little over $3 million for deferred maintenance, which will immediately be identified, probably 2/3 for residence halls. We're talking about, we have asbestos floor tiles, so we have to do abatement in our residence halls. We have to do new flooring, painting, and we, although our furniture is pretty good, we likely need to renovate all of the bathrooms. So to begin with, we're looking at targeting one residence hall this summer, and then rolling it out to residence hall 2 and 3 as we move forward through the years. We are also looking at the removal of a hall, a normal hall. In order to do that, we have to match University of Maine system sponsored monies for removal of that hall. So I believe that we will likely use some of the deferred maintenance funding we are to receive in order to support that, and in order to bring up our net asset value. Currently, we have 2 boilers which need to be addressed immediately. Immediately meaning within the next year. We've identified that if we roll some of our capital money forward from this year, and marry it with the capital money for next year, and work with our supporters who provide trust money in order to offset some of the energy producing costs that we have. We'll be able to meet those demands. So it's roofs and boilers right now that we're looking at, but we are hopeful that we can take care of the boiler needs that we have with the shared money between financial year 22 and financial year 23. Our reserve balance is a challenge in that typically auxiliary operations offsets any deficit outcome in E&G. Because auxiliary operations have been challenged over the last couple of years, we maintain a positive outcome on paper, but we're carrying a debt of $809,000 in the bookstore operation. What's been curious is that we managed to, it's a crass word, but I'm going to use it anyway, offload the bookstore operation in a marriage with Sodexo, so that Sodexo is now taking care of the what I call soft goods and signature items in a newly built out bookstore in the campus center that stopped the bleeding on our bookstore reserve account. What you see on the top is capital planning has $702,834 in it. That's comes from the loss of the windmill, and that's insurance repayment, which is part of the insurance repayment. We're due another $400,000, which will then pay off the cost of the installation of the solar field. So in truth, we are at zero. We don't have extra money. President Rice.
This final slide of the presentation here underscores our academic partnerships, which are important not just for leveraging the resources at our sister institutions, and you can see a wide list of them, starting with the MLT program, which is our oldest partnership with UMA, through the nursing program, through the health and the physical education with the University of Maine at Farmington, which is one of our most recent ones. But also, not only are those important to leverage our resources to make these programs available across the state and to support our sister institutions, but frankly, important for holding our own overhead down and maintaining our own costs. So the recognition that these partnerships play an important dual role, both in terms of access of programming for students, but also, frankly, for affordability for multiple institutions. And we're looking at additional partnerships, particularly at LAC. In a number of ways. The other item under administrative partnerships I would bring your attention to is our work with financial aid with the University of Maine and in conjunction with UMFK, which really looks as a model for other potential sorts of services. So again, that is going exceptionally well as Chris Bell, our long-term financial aid director, retires and ends his term here on June 30th. That is looking like a very positive movement forward and structure for all three institutions, which includes a visit from the University of Maine team, I believe next week, to our campuses. So with that, that is our budget. And we are, again, we presented this as a budget with a recognition of the needs, the current needs for the upcoming year, but also looking at budget year 24 as well, following this current budget year. And we welcome any questions that we can possibly answer.
Trustee Riley, you're on mute.
That's not good. Thank you, President Rice. Thank you, too, for your focus on 24. I think that is important given the changes in federal financing. And Betsy, you should know that you are one of many who've talked about bathrooms today. So we clearly need to do work there. Questions, comments?
Madam
Chair
Chair?
Gardner.
Yes, thank you. President Rice, and good presentation you and Betsy and everybody have done. But as I looked at it, I do have a question, and maybe you have done this analysis, and it's not part of the standard slide, so I wouldn't expect to see it. But it looks like you have two distinct populations at your school, at the college. One of them is growing, which is your PACE group, and the other is a more traditional group of scholar students, which is declining. And the question that kind of raises for me when I see something like that, which is two different groups diverging, and hopefully they can come together and both grow, but have you analyzed your net profit by credit hour for the two different groups? In other words, have you taken your revenue by credit hour for your PACE group and then deducted from it all the allocated costs that are required to do that and end up with a net profit or a net loss per credit hour? And have you done it with your regular student body? And what does those results show? Because one of the fears I have is that your PACE program, which is great, it's growing and meeting a need, might be where you're losing money every credit hour of that you have. And the more of it you have, the worse you're going to be. And it's not clear in the information or the data, but I'd be curious if that's been looked at that way.
We are actually doing a very detailed analysis of that very thing. We're in the midst of doing that, Trustee Gardner. That is admittedly complicated by the relationship with academic partnerships, which takes 50% of tuition right from the start. So to get to your point, that is our number one challenge in that regard, that 50% goes to our partner, and then all of our costs come out of the bottom 50%, so to speak. So that does have an impact on the very issue that you spoke of. I have other analyses where we've looked at programs that are, I would call them flourishing or growing, even in this situation. And those are positive, generally speaking, in both those two areas, both the your PACE and both the traditional areas. There are certainly programs which are challenged in that regard. So we're looking at those dynamics, both in regards to how modality impacts the cost and the challenge of programs, and how we can address those very issues that make the your PACE program possible, which has involved third parties in multiple ways. For instance, we're also migrating all of our content from a service provider into the new Brightspace LMS, which can actually support competency-based education. Our previous LMS, Blackboard, was unable to do so. So that will lead to hundreds of thousands of dollars of savings each year once that process is completed. And that process is underway right now.
Okay, thanks. It's good. It's that style of education and delivery seems to be growing and in demand. So it will be key to figure out whether we can actually make money doing it, or at least cover the cost of doing it, so that you don't fall behind in terms of your overall cost picture. But it's exciting to see it grow, but it's a real challenge.
I would just add the other opportunity is because we are approved by NETCHI to provide competency education, and as part of unified accreditation, we can work with sister campuses to do that. And that would make an affordability point that would not be possible without both those two factors, us having the individual campus accreditation, which competency-based education is still accredited only at a campus level, but because we're part of unified, that allows us to work with sister campuses and spread those services.
That might be a great way of spreading the costs and getting it more profitable.
Yeah, thanks. Anybody else? Trustee McMahon.
I like your thought of trying to get people to move back into residence halls. But I wonder if you really looked into why people move out in the first place. Why do students want to live independently? And is there something in the rules and regulations, or whatever you call it, about living in residence halls that's driving that you could fix by talking to the students, maybe evaluating rules that were enumerated 20 years ago and saying, you know, in 2022, 2023, we really ought to take a look at that with a view to trying to drive people back into our residence halls.
Trustee McMahon, I have an interesting view of what's going on in residence halls because I was acting as the interim dean of students this last fall while our dean of students was on medical leave. And what I found out is that as students finished recovering from COVID, when they had it, they moved to an online presence and didn't go back into the classroom. And what this speaks to for me is the fact that we have a good number of students who want to live in residence and be part of the community, but aren't necessarily interested in being in the class. So I'm curious, and we have talked with students now at great length about what it is they're looking for. I think, and it's a funny piece, but bathrooms are an essential ingredient, and ours are 25 years old and have bad stalls and look awful, and they're not welcoming. The dorm isn't welcoming to them. So it's not necessarily living off campus that is the critical element. It's being in a place that feels as if they could call it home. And when students choose how they want to engage in their academic requirements, they choose sometimes to go into the classrooms, and sometimes they choose to live in our residence halls and not go into the classrooms. The pandemic has made an enormous change in the way students make choices about what they're going to do with their lives. It's fascinating, but we have looked at, you know, what's the old parietals that have been in place in the rules and standards, and what can we change? And our Dean of Students is back on the ground looking at that right now.
And I assume there's collaboration. This is a repeated theme. We heard some strategies at UMF. I assume there's coordination among the campuses as you think about how best to increase residence hall capacity.
Definitely.
Anybody else? Questions, comments for UMPI? Trustee Martin.
I just have a comment on the residence halls. If you notice, when we look at our occupancy rates in rural areas as opposed to those in the cities like USM, I'll use USM as an example. The cost of apartments in rural areas is very attractive. Yeah. And so when they get roommates, they're able to live off campus for far less. So the competition is with, you know, the local area, where the reason why we're going to be so successful with the dorms at USM is that there's no apartments available and they're very, very expensive. So it's kind of like that competition that we have locally. So that also plays a piece, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to that, Trustee Martin, is the only thing we have going for us is if we can get to the level of comfort and welcome that students are looking for, the housing market being utilized by families, particularly in Central Aroostook County, is working against students now. So that's an opportunity, I think, that wasn't there before the pandemic. But you are absolutely correct. And that's a phenomenon that is not just in the state of Maine, but rural institutions nationwide that we're all facing.
Great. Anybody else? If not, thank you, President Rice. Thank you, Betsy. And we look forward, you have hard work ahead of you, and we look forward to your results in April.
Thank you.
And with that, as we are on a roll, I'm pleased to see that President Fte Monday is here, and we can move right to the University of Maine, Machias.
Thank you, Trustee Riley. Good afternoon, everyone. Joanne Yastrzemski will be sharing our slides, and several members of the leadership team will be participating. John Volin, the Provost, Cody Bararamian, Vice President for Research, Robert Dana, VP for Student Life, Joanne, Vice President for Finance, and Dan Qualls from University of Maine at Machias as Vice President of Academic Affairs. I'll just begin by making sure that the slides are getting shared, Joanne. Great. Very good. So I'd like to open optimistically and to make the case that the University of Maine, for many, many reasons, is very well positioned right now for strategic growth, with an eye on how that growth can benefit and needs to be targeted at benefiting the state of Maine and its people. And at the same time, we face daunting fiscal challenges, and we recognize that we will need to have bold solutions to address all of these issues. And here you see just scenes from around our campuses, and a reminder that we are indeed statewide as the land grant and flagship university. We have facilities across the state. Next slide, please. So here is the actual summary of what we're about to explain in far more detail. For fiscal year 23, you will see that we have budgeted a $12 million E&G deficit with sufficient reserves in hand, and you'll hear a lot more in detail, to get to a break even in fiscal 24. That's our goal. And auxiliary operations is budgeted as break even for 23. We'll say a lot more about this in the next few slides. So next, Joanne, please. This breaks out the overall original estimated financial need for fiscal 23, and we'll speak about how we're intending to solve this, where you do see that the contractual salary increases that are still pending for faculty are included here. Other big ticket item is the carry forward 22 gap of $6 million, which is largely compensation, and it does not include the faculty increase. And we can talk in quite a bit of detail about these other areas. We are, at the same time as we face these important challenges, we are looking to invest in key areas for growth. We are looking to continue to move forward with our capital master plan. We'll speak further with you about that later, and address issues of inflation and technology. So we'll turn to Joanne now to take you into some of the detail of this.
Okay, thank you, Joan. As was mentioned, our proposal is to solve the $22 million gap over 2 years. I would just like to say a couple more things about the $22 million gap, in addition to what President Fte Monday mentioned, and that is that there are indeed some catch-up items in this number that this leadership team is including here to know that we have all of the gap that we need to solve. So it may seem large, but some of it is more than 1 year's worth of discoveries, if I can say it that way. So, but it is good to know what your challenges are and to solve for the whole amount. So we have a 2-year solution here that we're presenting. Of course, no tuition increase for in-state this year, but we are hoping for a substantial tuition increase next year. It's prominently on display here. We'll certainly work throughout the next year in that regard. Then we have a number of revenue enhancements. Very strategically did we review our budgets over the last 6 months or so with the leadership team to look at revenue enhancements in particular. Small enrollment growth, particularly from innovative programming. You'll hear more about that later. We do have some small tuition increase in here for NEBI. There's a return on investments in for year 24 that we're expecting to be of some substance from investments in our Office of Economic Development licensing, for example. Some fundraising enhancements. The F&A recovery you're going to see is has doubled in 5 years. The F&A recovery has actually doubled in 5 years for this institution. We continue to look at restricted scholarships and maximizing the use of those. And there's a number of rates that we're revamping here and there that you see here. That's over 2 years. So on the strategic reallocations and procurement, while we've got a number of vacant positions, 150 or so, we're looking at those vacant positions, scrutinizing them every week carefully, and we will continue to do so. And then, of course, as has been recently communicated to the faculty, there is an incentive faculty retirement plan that we will determine how that can help us, if at all possible, with this gap. So administrative reviews, we're going to talk about that, and we're pleased to tell you already that we found $500,000 through careful negotiations on library subscriptions. That gives you a sampling of our solutions. So with that, we have before you here this very detailed favorite of Merriam-White's spreadsheet, and I will frame this for you to say a few words about the details here. As President Free-Monday mentioned, we're talking about a $12 million gap for year 23 in this first reading, funded by reserves. Let me say a word about the for year 22 column. That is a for year 22 base as of the early part of this month. That is not a forecast. There is a forecast that Ryan is working on to present, and that will be a little different from this $6 million number. So it's hard for me somewhat to compare and contrast this base to for year 23, but I will attempt to do that today because this is not a forecast. With regard to 3 or 4 points to make about the for year 23 budget. First, I'll comment on the net tuition line. We are really pleased to be able to say that we continue to make our enrollment projections, our enrollment budget, and we expect to continue to have pretty close to a flat enrollment for next year, but that we are continue to see a shift between in-state and out-of-state that enhances that revenue line. However, at the same time, we need to return $4 million or so back to financial aid because we're in the process of right-sizing our financial aid for some challenges that we discovered over the last year in the way that we have been budgeting financial aid. We need to be budgeting closer to a 35% discount rate rather than 34%. So there's some challenges in financial aid to offset the revenue stream. I mentioned the F&A rate and the good news there, the F&A recovery, otherwise we call it indirect cost recovery. You see a 30% growth here. Why this number showing 16 million for next year? That number was 8 million 5 years ago. That's why I say that has doubled in the last 5 years. All really helpful to our budget and good news for the institution. The next area I'll comment on is overall increases in operating expenses in this $19 million number. And that is made up of compensation increases, inflationary increases. The Furlan building is coming online. That's a budgeted increase for the operating costs for that facility, including utility costs. And then also we have our investments in research in this number, primarily funded by that F&A rate recovery amount. So all that's to say that we have this $12 million gap again, which we'll talk about the reserves later in the presentation to give you comfort that we have a level of reserves to weather the storm. I believe that's it for that slide. This is the auxiliary slide.
Joanne?
Yes, please.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. I wonder,
Yes.
because I know it comes up in the presentation multiple times, if you could just make sure everyone's grounded and knows what F&A is and where the money comes from and why it's going up. I mean, we don't need a long explanation, but I know it's part of your presentation several times.
Sure. Fte is the facility and administrative rate that we apply to our direct cost for grants. So as grants go up, why we apply this Fte recovery rate to those grants to help fund the institution's facility and administrative cost. That's the indirect cost for grants. So as grants go up, the Fte rate goes up. If the rate goes up, it's 47% right now, the Fte rate goes up. And honestly, in the future, I expect that rate will go up as well. So that'll help us continue to grow that number. But that revenue stream funds facilities and administrative cost increases in our budget.
I'll just be very, very clear that those are dollars that come in with the grants. They come in from the external sponsors. So
Yes.
they're a part of the award.
Thank you, Joan. Yeah. Is that good? Is that good? Okay, great. Thanks. So the next slide is auxiliary enterprises, and that is pretty self-explanatory in that it is breaking even, close to break even. The challenge is still at UMaine Machias with us not being able to completely fill those residential halls. You're going to hear about that in a little bit later, but not nearly break even. And we've had to increase the room and board rates sufficiently to cover our inflation. Inflation is compensation and food cost and utilities primarily in this area, and also to help fund continuing need for capital improvements in the area of housing. So that's primarily what I'd say about that slide. And then the last combined slide is to put them both together for that, sharing that $12 million deficit. And to just also remind you that we have a consolidated budget now for UMaine and UMaine Machias. I want to make sure you know that too. They're not separately budgeted anymore. They're combined in all the presentations that you see here today. Okay. The next slide is really a little bit more about how it is that we are solving our financial gap. You see here that we call these our administrative reviews, and we have a $5 million target for those reviews built into these budget plans. I'm not going to go over all of these in detail, but I absolutely take questions. We'll all take questions if you have any one of them in particular that you would like to ask us about. But I would just say that these administrative reviews are a strategic approach to our budgeting process so that we don't have across the board cuts, that we take a careful look at a number of areas that we think we have some opportunities for efficiencies and revenue enhancement and doing business differently. We come to this with somewhat of a new leadership team that has been other places and sees how to do things differently, maybe has some best practices to bring to the table. We have budget hearings where the deans give us more good ideas and so forth, and a budget committee as well. So, we consider technology improvements and strategic procurement in helping us with these kind of administrative reviews. There's the post-COVID business changes effect, which are before us to take advantage of, to think about. There's the R1 impact, which I just mentioned to you, gets to the F&A rate calculations, definitely does. Unified accreditation for us to think about what that might mean. And UMS transforms the Harold L. Font grant as well. So with that, I'm not going to go over this in detail. That just helps you with the strategy as to how it is that we go about selecting these administrative reviews. These are for consideration for year 23, but we'll take questions if you have any in particular you'd like to talk to us about. Keep going, Ryan. Yep. We'll be shifting now to academic and budget priorities then. And Joan, that's you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I'll start in here and the provost will be jumping in soon too, but you've heard the word strategic many times already. We want to keep emphasizing that that's our approach to this challenging 2 years that we have in front of us. Very strong emphasis on our obligations to the state of Maine for the development of talent and for economic growth in the state, which will require some growth in our programs as well in key areas. But you also see that we're using these reviews as a systematic way to begin to make necessary reductions or consolidations as needed. A very strong emphasis for us here on interdisciplinarity, convergence, meaning different fields and different kinds of disciplinary backgrounds coming together. That can actually lead to efficiencies, and I'm hopeful over time greater revenue, particularly in the F&A area, which we've been discussing, because the better positioned we are to work across disciplines, both in our teaching and in our research, the better positioned we are to bring in external dollars at this time. So continuing on then to the next slide. I'll just remind everyone that we do have our strategic framework, the strategic vision and values document and plan that we worked on in the first year that I was here, in the 18-19 year, with its 3 fundamental values that drive what we do. And if you take a look at the website for that document, there's a lot more detail broken out into goals and sub-goals and so forth. But a primary goal for us here at UMaine is the creation of new knowledge and the application of innovative research and scholarship to enrich lives. So that is a part of our plan that drives how we move forward. Another big important part is partnerships. And we've highlighted here as well the Alfond Foundation Award. UMaine is affected by all parts of that grant. And we also are working very diligently on the match part of the grant to just further advance goals for the project, which are fully aligned with goals for the university. And finally, before I turn it to John, I just wanted to point out that there are areas where we already have some pretty good progress, I think, on moving toward this growth. I've mentioned transforms. A strong focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion is actually essential for growth. That will be how we embrace a broad array of students from a variety of backgrounds and groups to come and join our very interesting and forward-looking programs. The provost launched an entrepreneurial graduate program call earlier this year. We're about to announce that, but the idea there, frankly, is to seek to generate revenue by enhanced enrollment in very interesting graduate areas. And we will be working statewide to continue to help with understanding of the R&D mission and why it's crucial for the state of Maine and how the university and the university system play a key role. Wanted you to meet virtually here Dr. Pips Veazey, who's the director of our UMaine Portland Gateway. That's thought of really as a one-stop connection and point of access to UMaine's research, education, outreach, and so forth to the Portland area. And Pips is working in great collaboration with USM, with the Rue Institute, and with a number of other organizations in Portland. So we expect to see some benefits from that as well. I'll turn it to John to speak with you more specifically about student success and retention.
Great, thank you very much, President Perini-Mundy, and hello, trustees, good afternoon. I'm going to talk just a little bit about student success and retention, which of course, as you see here, are our highest priority. Just quickly looking at these 2 panels, the above panel is University of Maine and the lower one is University of Maine at Machias. And this is looking at first to second year retention and first to third years, the light blue bars retention. And really one of the take home messages here is that we're pretty stable through time. But, you know, we've been talking in the past about our growth mindset that we are in. And part of that is not to keep getting larger and larger classes every year. It's actually to increase the retention of the students that we have and their success and their persistence. That's really among our highest priorities. And we know there are 3 primary reasons that students will leave a university. Of course, academic performance, the finances is a key piece, as well as kind of that personal connection and support that they receive. And we talked a lot about UMS Transforms. You're going to hear much more and more as time goes on, but there are a lot of other initiatives as well that touch on those 3 areas to help retain our students. And of course, next slide, Joanne, please. and that of course leads to our overall full-time this is first time full-time graduation rates, and you can see here we're pretty steady at the top there at the University of Maine. Machias has been slowly going down the last few years, where I think a lot of the things that we're putting into place are going to help not only STEM not actually see an increase over the years here at Machias, but also here at UMaine. We've been steady for a very long time, and we can do better than 6 out of 10 students that start with us that eventually graduate. And that's really a big key of a lot of the student success and retention work that we're working on. And a key feature, and we've been hearing a lot about it, is that distinguishing strength is that we are a comprehensive research university. Just as an aside, Chris Richards, our Vice President for Enrollment Management, he's been doing a lot of accepted student events outside the state, and many questions about R1. Students are coming up and they actually know about the Research 1 designation. Students are very informed these days. So I'm going to turn the next slide over to Cody, who can talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you, John, and good afternoon, everyone. So this slide is talking about some of the growth and development that has been taking place at the University of Maine. The particular data that are presented in the slide are for the research and graduate studies growth that have been taking place in fiscal year 2021. But the growth has been taking place at least for the past 5 years and kind of even further accelerating in more recent years. And as you know, this past January, formally, the University of Maine was recognized as an R1 university. And this is a well-recognized national standard of excellence for premier research universities. So of course, because of that, there are lots of benefits that are going to be derived by the university. And as already mentioned, in the recruitment of undergraduate students, students are asking about it, but also, there are going to be a lot of long-term implications and benefits that are going to be derived with respect to not only recruitment and retention of students, but also with respect to faculty, with respect to the university better serving its mission, with respect to workforce development, economic development, and so forth. And just maybe a few other words about the significance of R1 as far as how UMaine is going to look nationally. Currently, there are 3,982 colleges and universities nationally. And there are only 146 such colleges and universities that are designated as R1. So we are in the top 3.7% of colleges and universities in the nation that have such a distinction. The other interesting point about it is that if you look at the 146 R1s, actually most of them have medical schools. And the actual number is 91 of them. So at least of the order of 2/3 of them have medical schools. So we are among the 55 R1 universities in the nation without a medical school that have been able to become R1. And so that means that we are in the top 1.4% of such universities. And as I said, there are lots of benefits that are derived. And earlier it was mentioned that the F&A rates have doubled over the last 5 years. And indeed, that's because the external research funding has more than doubled over the last 5 years. And finally, the designation of R1 essentially means that UMaine is nationally recognized as a doctoral university with very high research activity. Thank you.
You are hearing a lot about the research enterprise here at the University of Maine, and we have a slide that we wanted to share with you that summarizes a variety of ways that is typical of how a flagship is distinguished from other universities in the state. Not to say that all of this doesn't happen in some level of partnership, but because some of these areas that are listed here and the related areas do draw on our E&G, there is some cost to running Division I athletics, which it has the great potential to be a huge revenue generator, but isn't always. And so I wanted to just be clear about this. I also will share an interesting fact. I think it's interesting. If you consider the University of Maine as a town relative to the number of students and the number of employees that we have, we fall somewhere between Waterville and York in size. So we do have a large operation, and I wanted to simply highlight and give credit to the folks who work across all of these areas. In addition to what you see here on the slide, I would mention we've heard about F&A. There's actually management of F&A that has to happen because there are various ways of distributing that back out and using it to incentivize further funding, using it to ensure that we cover the F&A that we actually expend relative to grants and so forth. We have to maintain a research quality library, which is an expense, and it's something that we're very proud of and that we do here, and other things are listed. And in the area of public service, of course, the UMaine Cooperative Extension is based here, along with the Maine Agricultural and Forest Experiment Station. So all of these areas, there is from year to year, there are varying draws on the E&G budgets for us, the cost of a research university. Next slide, please. We go right past that to John to speak further about where our enrollment is.
Great, thank you, Joan. So as you can see here on the left column is fall 21 counts for both University of Maine at Machias, both undergraduate and graduate programs. These are FTEs. And you can see that for fall 22, what our prediction is. And essentially, as it says here, we're predicting flat enrollment. But that, just to put a perspective on this, our last year's first year class was the fourth largest entering class that we've ever had in University of Maine history, and we're on target to come in with that same size class. So as I tying back to those earlier slides, we can start to retain these students, and that's going to take, by the way, these big changes in retention are going to take us 3 to 5 years. It doesn't happen overnight, but again, if we can keep entering this size class and retain those students, will be in good shape, I think. And if you go on to the next slide, Joanne, thank you. This shows the undergraduate credit hour enrollment over the last 10 years. And the dark blue above is our in-state, the light blue is the out-of-state. And we've gone from about 28% out-of-state 10 years ago to about 41% in-state. Predicting again about 41% in-state this coming year. The funnel reports, we get three times a week. We get updates on our applications and numbers of students and those that are matriculating. And our numbers right now are spot on with last year. They're actually higher for Machias. Our transfer numbers are double the application numbers right now for Machias than they were last year. So things I think are going very well. This, as you can see, we over this 10-year period increased about 3.5%. The biggest increase percentage-wise, and I'll turn this next slide over to Cody, is on the graduate credit hour enrollment.
Yes, thank you, John. So as John mentioned, actually, we have had quite a bit of growth in the area of graduate enrollment and graduate credit hour. And so as you can see, over the 10-year period that is highlighted here, there has been about 26% growth, but the growth has been even more dramatic, over the past, 3 or 4 years, both with respect to in-state, students getting enrolled in graduate programs, as well as with respect to out-of-state. And the way things are going, we anticipate that this growth will be continuing, for the foreseeable future. And also, there are some key reasons behind it. It's not because maybe the pandemic came and more people wanted to enroll and do graduate studies. And of course, maybe there was some of that taking place. But over the last 4 or 5 years, essentially, the university has been following a strategic roadmap with respect to research, and as part of that, also with respect to graduate studies. So because of those measures, having a strategic plan in place and doing the right investments and everything else, I think we are fairly confident that the growth is going to continue into the future. And one more factor that I want to mention is that a good reason for that also is because of the growth and development of some highly sort of demanded or needed, graduate programs, for that help the workforce needs, and for example, programs like the MBA, various programs in education, in data science and engineering, bioinformatics, and engineering management. Thank you.
And so if we take both the undergraduate and the graduate total student credit hours and project them, you can see that we projected essentially flat, going across here. And part of the reason is, even though we had our fourth largest class last year entering class, which by the way was against the national trends, we increased close to 5% in our first year class size from the previous year, where nationally for four-year public universities, they were down close to 4%. So we bucked the trend on that national trend last year, which is really nice. But our 2017 was our largest entering class ever. And those students started to graduate last year, and they will again this year. And so that's why you see that little bit of a dip. But otherwise, we're flat and feeling actually very strong about that level right now.
Thank you, John. So let me frame this slide on our request for some small increases in fees primarily. So just a reminder that last year, University of Maine consolidated most fees into tuition, and we introduced a so-called differential tuition, and that was quite successful. As a matter of fact, it was very successful. It was easier for our students to understand their bills, their invoices, and especially with regard to some of these higher cost programs where we have differential tuition. They used to get all these course fees. Now it's just one number for the year. This is what you pay for 4 years for this for these higher cost programs. You see those listed down at the bottom of the slide. So we're proud of that, I'm going to say. So let me just say a couple things about what we're proposing for fall 2022. We're proposing an increase in the New England Board of Higher Ed rate to go from 170% of in-state tuition to 175%. This is the cap of what is been negotiated with NEBI, and most of our colleagues in New England, many of them are at the 175%. So that's an increase for that particular out-of-state rate. We are not proposing an increase in the other out-of-state rate, which you see is at this $33,000 range. 29,580 for graduate. We are comfortable with this rate. We do not think we should go up anymore. We want to remain competitive. State students are very important to us. So that's the comment on tuition. On the fees, why we introduced a technology fee. We only have two fees: technology fee and student fees. Right, and that student fee goes to the student activity fee. Technology fee we proposed and implemented last year was $7 per credit hour. I say to you today that it's too low. It was our first year. I take responsibility for the fact that I wish that I'd known more about the institution at the time, because I didn't fully know the cost of the technology when we first presented this fee at $7 per credit hour. Since then, I know more. There needs to be a higher budget for classroom technology replacement. David Demers has helped me a great deal understand this. There are increases in the system IT charges that come through that help our students tremendously, whether it's Microsoft Campus or mobile-friendly apps coming through Main Street and video conferencing rooms and so forth. There's the expanded online support because of the expanded remote learning opportunities. And in this particular year coming up, we are introducing a really large new building called the Fernland Engineering Education Center, which has 5 collaborative classrooms in it and a great deal of technology to support in that building. And any of you that have visited it will understand what I mean by that. So we're proposing to go to $12 per credit hour for the technology fee. That's $150 a year for undergrad and $90 for graduate. And the last thing is a $50 increase for differential tuition for engineering. Once again, because of the opening of the Furlan building for the particularly specialty technology and contents of that building that need support. So that's the fee slide for University of Maine. University of Maine Machias, I won't repeat my story there for much the same, except to say that these are regional rates. We have continued to believe that University of Maine Machias should have its own regional rates, which are quite different from the University of Maine. So, continue on, and Joan, I think this is your slide.
Well, yes, because I want to thank Trustee Riley for urging us to create this slide, and so I wanted to present it myself. But what this shows you is the tuition of each of the New England land grant research universities. It indicates, by the way, which are R1 and which are R2, and it shows you what the tuition is as a percentage of the state's median household income. Or I'm sorry, the other way around, what the median household income is as a percentage of tuition. Because of course, affordability is crucial to us, and also comparability to our peers. Now, these percentages are all actually clustered fairly closely together, with the slight outlier of the University of Vermont. But I'm pleased to see here that as we look at these data, at least for 21-22, but because these median state household incomes also vary, they move around a bit from year to year, but at least for 21-22, UMaine is more costly only than UMass relative to state income. So we wanted to share that. It's been a persisting question, and I'm glad that we can provide this data. It's a great question. Okay, next we turn to Robert Dana, who will speak with us about our situation with residence halls.
Hi, folks. Our resident facilities are aging, but they've relatively static in terms of how many students stay there. We have an anticipated group joining us of about 3,400 for FY23. Our overall capacity is about 3,800, though we have to hold out a number of beds for a variety of different things. So you can see that except for the first year of the pandemic, those numbers are pretty standard. We think we can do better, and you'll see it in the next slide. We need to be more considerate of what's happening, I guess, developmentally from a community perspective. You know, there's 1,500 relatively new resident beds just 500 yards off campus. So we're considering this ongoing plan to look at residence capacity, both in terms of what enrollment might be, how enrollment might change because of the pandemic, what is the demand for the type of housing we have, and what's the demand for housing we should have. We're spending more time now trying to be more community focused. You heard the provost mention that the engagement imperative is absolutely essential in retention. And we find that students who are well connected to their communities and residence facilities are retained at a substantially higher rate. So we're looking at neighborhood community centers in improving the current housing stock. We're improving things that students expect from a safety and security perspective. The world has changed. We have to have more single-use, gender-neutral bathrooms, and that's changing. We'll look at improving, I would call it a paint and polish procedure to get the resident facilities looking as good as they possibly can, and we'll take into account energy concerns. They're very, very big energy costs. So you'll see that in this graph here that we're expecting a need for 3,800 plus beds. And that comes from looking at enrollment trends and so forth and so on. So we'll be meeting. The president appointed a housing and residence life consideration committee, and we'll be working with enrollment management to think how all of that should come. But it's not a simple question, because we don't know, will we be more online? Will we be less online? Will students want central services? Are students seeking more distance from the home campus, et cetera? But we're looking at all of that. Dan, I think you're going to talk to this point.
Sure, I can help out on this one. So at UMM, we have two residence halls, and we took Senate offline, I think 2019, and Dorward, which I believe holds about 230. It's been dropped down to about 156. That's from the pandemic. We haven't spread back out yet, but we hope to. And so we're projecting that the enrollments will continue to increase back from the lowest of the pandemic, and I'm confident that this is going to happen, mainly due to the popularity of a new program we just started last year as a trial, and then the full program will be this year. Is that Coastal Year program with the University of Maine? Those students by default will be staying in the residence halls. I think we can go into the next. Okay, so we have been the question about Senate has been on our minds for a few years now. What do we do with Senate? And it's a two-story U-shaped building that is not as ADA compliant as it needs. Like the second floor has no elevator access. But what we've been looking at is some alternative revenue generating opportunities for Senate. And what we have in place as of this February is Eastport Health is an organization that has clinics in the Down East region, and they're opening one in Machias. And with housing as it is in Machias, in Washington County, they don't have a place. So we have them set up in one of the wings. It's a pediatric clinic. It's been there for just about a month, and so we're renting them this space, and it's a growing opportunity in general. In that today we have a booster clinic, a COVID booster clinic that's available to our students, faculty and staff, community members. That's sponsored by Eastport Health. Anyways, and then child development services from the state of Maine. We're currently working on a lease agreement with those folks for the same reason. Their facilities in Machias need renovated, and they need a place. And so we're able to explore some of these options since it's been vacant pretty much since 2019. And then the chief business officer and I have been looking with our facilities to look at how we can reconfigure one wing of Senate to do more family housing or non-traditional housing in terms of like apartments instead of single dorm rooms. I think that's all mine. So there's some opportunities here, and then there's definitely some room for growth.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. We're proposing some increases in the room and board rates at both UMaine and UMaine Machias, as you see here. 4.25 average for UMaine, 3.75 for UMaine Machias. We believe those are competitive rates still, and they're needed to cover inflationary increases that I've mentioned earlier, compensation, in utilities, food, and to fund continuing need for capital improvements as well. Capital.
A big part of our strategy in the past couple of years has been to revisit capital planning with the introduction of a rolling capital master plan concept, which suits us well as we've been watching various federal and state funding opportunities and wanting to be sure that we stay in a posture of looking forward as new opportunities present themselves that align with our strategic growth and interests. So this is a project that that Joanne has been leading, co-leading with Jake Ward. And so we wanted to just tell you a little bit about what that means relative to very specific matters for the fiscal 23 budget. And I'll turn to Joanne to talk about that in the next slide.
So this rolling capital master plan is a 10-year look at what it is that we are most focused on, what we have in process for planning, what we have in process under construction right now. And it's so helpful for us to have this all in one place, even though it might change once a week for some matter, and it does change. Not the priorities, but more so the funding sources, or the cost of the project and so forth. So let me just frame this slide for you, make a few points. First of all, not all of this is firmed up. We don't have all this funding in place, but these are feasible sources of funding that we thought a great deal about, whether or not it's federal stimulus funds, which we're actively doing requests for. A lot of the state funding is already in place or would likely come over a 10-year period. The revenue bond capacity, we have bond capacity here at the University of Maine because we have a relatively low debt burden right now. Our debt burden ratio is 2%. That is the debt service as a percent of operating expenses. And that's compared to a benchmark of 7%, for example, for peer institutions. We have L-Found grants in place and fundraising match, of which I have here 157 million, and 25 of that is the Furlan Engineering and Education Center already raised money, as an example, with discussions about the next campaign. We have a public-private partnership, of which some part of this is expected to be some future residential hall over the next decade as we replace our University Park, which is beyond its useful life. And of course, we do have the Coburn and Holmes boutique hotel in here as well, that you're quite familiar with. And then the operating reserves, and operating funds, why all of that and the cost of the facilities as we bring them on board will incorporate all of that, the debt service, into the multi-year planning exercise that's before us over the next month and will be presented to the board in late May, because these go hand in hand. The capital plan with the operating plan go hand in hand. And so that's the way we do business. So I wanted to just say one more thing about effort of coordinating planning. So there's two big areas of planning here: academic and research, and the Maine College of Engineering, Computing, and Information Science. I struggle with that. Those areas have a number of projects in what we call the engineering, like recently we've been calling the Engineering and Computer Information Sciences District. That as we put these all together in a planning effort, we make sure that those projects are coordinated with each other. Because sometimes you have different leaders of different studies and so forth. Whole capital master planning helps us with the coordination of those large projects. Okay. The next slide is simple slide to just say to you that we're continuing to take down space that is beyond its useful life. And thank Ryan for the funding. Maine system provides $800,000 of funding towards what you see on this list. That's a continuing process. And then the Gordian slides, which you saw at the last FFT meeting for both UMaine and UMaine Machias. We have a significant gap between what it is we spend and what it is we should be spending. I'm going to say it's $10 million gap. If I added that to the 22 million, it would be a $32 million gap that we'd be looking for, but we didn't do that. But there's a $10 million gap here, and that you could calculate it based on Gordian's numbers or you could calculate it based on the fact that we don't fully fund depreciation. We're about $10 million short of fully funding depreciation, about 50%. So we recognize that gap with a $750 million deferred maintenance. And we hope that you can see that in that rolling capital master plan, there are a number of areas where we're addressing this gap. That's Machias. Then finally, for this particular year that we're budgeting capital spending plan for year 23, you see the projects there. I've mentioned most of them already. You have approved them, you know about them. And then there's just so many projects on that capital master plan that are receiving federal and state funding with stimulus funds coming our way. And that particularly includes the University of Maine energy project, which is a replacement of our steam plant as well, very much underway, very much in planning. So stay tuned in a year for what the results of all of that planning will come to when we come back to you to say, we need you to approve those projects for the next phase construction. And the operating budget went up 5% for that total of $9 million. And I've already pretty much talked about the need for another $10 million on top of that. Wish we had it. And that goes to reserve balances, which is I'm still up for. Okay, so reserve balances. Let me frame this slide. So for the year ended June 30th, 2021, we reported unrestricted reserves, audited unrestricted reserves of almost 76 million. There's three components to that. There's the orange designated, the blue educational in general, and then this offset post-employment benefits. In the orange designated, why that includes such areas as where we have reserves for capital projects, where we have funds functioning as endowment, but they're unrestricted. We have cost share funds, we have internally designated projects, we have our auxiliary operations. Now you see that I have this pro forma here because I couldn't help myself. I had to show you this. When we closed the books for June 30th, 2021, we recognized all of the CARES Act that funds that was available to us, the institutional funds. You've heard Ryan say that before. But for external reporting purposes, we couldn't put those on the books. We couldn't put those in reserves yet because you had to fund the student CARES Act 3 funds first, so we didn't do that to this year. The long and the short of it is, on a pro forma basis, why those designated reserves are some $10 million higher for internal purposes, and you'll see that when we close the books for June 30th, 2022. So I know I sound like an accountant, but it's an important point that I wanted you to know. So the board of trustees has a policy goal for E&G to be at an 18% of adjusted operating expenses. That's where we were at as of June 30, 2021. So that's all to say to you that we feel good with the level of our unrestricted reserves, our E&G unrestricted reserves, as we go into this opportunity to spread this deficit, this $22 million gap, over a couple years and weather this storm with all the strong leadership that I think you've seen before you today to make those solutions happen. And I'm going to go to unified accreditation.
Thank you, Joanne.
You're welcome.
Under unified accreditation, of course, and this is actually even before, University of Maine collaborates very strongly with all the other University of Maine system universities. And these partnerships are growing annually. And these conversations are happening all the time. And some of the things that you see in the colored boxes down below describe some of these. Some of them, for instance, the Master's in Education and Structural Technology, the purple one there is a relationship between the University of Maine at Farmington, and USM, has been going since 2016. Newer ones, such as the Maine College of Engineering, Computing Information Science, of course, is one of the big LFOND initiatives. And eventually, hopefully, all 7 universities will participate in MESIS. The second bullet that you see up there, the Good Jobs Plan, this is actually a proposal that was led by Pips Veazey that you saw, were introduced to earlier. Several of the deans here on our campus, and I believe all universities in the system participate in this as an EDA proposal that went in January, focusing on education and nursing workforce. So I think it's it's just really nice to I think unified accreditation is going to help us keep fostering these type of relationships. You can see the law school there. There's some programs being in the proposal stage with business, the Maine Business School and the Graduate School of Business, and we in this last year to help. Our director of our financial aid here at the University of Maine is now providing financial aid services to UMPI, University of Maine at Fort Kent, and conversations possibly down the road to also help the law school. So it's not just on the academic side, and I think that's hopefully one of the benefits of unified accreditation. So with that, I will turn it over to Joan.
And I would just like to thank our great team for their work in preparing and presenting here, and we are now ready to take your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Fte Mundy and team. Quite a comprehensive strategic overview. Questions, comments? Anybody? Could I
have a question? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Something came up during your presentation. I just want to make sure I heard it or found out what is correct. It applies to the other campuses as well. Demolition costs of buildings which no longer have any useful life are funded by the individual campuses or by the system or by a combination of the two?
I'll take that. So probably a combination of the two. So traditionally it had been left up to campuses. Not sure if you're familiar with the situation that we had at Machias. I think you would have been in the legislature then when we really had to step in, evacuate people and tear down a building right away that clearly had been left up too long. And the challenge that we've had, as you can imagine, is as we've tried to address the amount of space that we have, you've seen today what campuses have reserves. So imagine you're in a situation where you've only got $1.5 million for reserves, which would put you on the high end, quite frankly, of a lot of our campuses. And you find out it's going to cost you $1 million of that money to take down a building. The tendency, probably the smart one, is to leave it up, not to drain your reserves just to do that. And so it was clear we were just not making progress. Several, maybe 3-4 years ago, with the support of this committee and others, we put together a roughly an $850,000 pool of money annually that we made available to the campuses, and we charged a system-wide space committee that we have with kind of prioritizing those requests. And so the amount that we put in versus what the campus puts in depends on the size of the building. So, if it's a smaller building, we'll maybe the system will go all in and we'll take the full cost, or we'll take a 90-10, share of that cost. If it's if it's like the dorms over at the Gorham campus at USM or the law school, maybe those are more of a 50-50 depending on the size of the building. So anyway, we put that in place a few years ago, been very successful. Chip and his team have done some updates in the past about the amount of square footage that we've been able to take down.
Okay, great. Maybe Joanna, a quick question. I was pleased to see those administrative reviews of programs, many of them completed, some of them in progress. What's the timing to actually implement? And you had a $5 million, I think, savings on it. What's the timeline to see those savings, to implement the recommendations of those reviews?
So it'll vary by each one. saying they're completed means that our external look has happened, and then the on-campus discussions are kind of unfolding over the coming weeks. And then each one will have its own very specific kind of benchmarks and timeline for that. It will be the next 2 years. It won't be immediate in the next year, unless Joanne knows something I don't know.
No, I completely agree that's a 2-year time frame, and and they all have to. They're all very transparent. These studies are transparent, and.
But the 5 million is embedded in the budget we see. You assume those savings
in the 2-year the 2-year savings. That's correct.
Thanks. Anyone else? Trustee Irwin?
Yes, thank you. Just a question about unified accreditation, and this goes, I think, to all the campuses in some fashion. But I'm curious to know if we are yet at a point where it's feasible to figure out what the incremental revenue or incremental cost savings are from the development of collaborative programs, new programs, because of unified accreditation. You know, I just think in particular about the combination of the graduate business schools, which actually predated unified accreditation, but is essentially what unified accreditation facilitates. And the enrollment from that, well, it moved pretty much all online, but the enrollment went up tremendously as a result of that move compared to what was happening at the USM and University of Maine business MBA programs separately. So just thinking ahead, I think as we look at the impact of unified accreditation and the collaborations that it allows, and the extra credit hours we can measure, extra dollars we can measure, extra cost savings we can measure from these programs, the collaborations and other initiatives. As that develops, I think it would be great for the board to take a look at that once a year. And a budget time seems like about the right time to do it. So just a thought about thinking ahead on that. I'm not suggesting anybody is or should be doing it right now, but I don't think we should lose sight of that.
A good measure of efficiency. Yep. Anybody else? If not, thank you, Team UMaine Machias, and we will move on, last but not least, to University of Maine Fort Kent. See you in April.
They're running even more ahead of schedule.
Yep, I'm in right now.
You are.
Hello, President Adine. Yes, we are running ahead of schedule, and thank you very much for accommodating that.
Yeah, well, so there she was coming in. I thought, okay, what urgent thing is going on? And she's like, you're supposed to be in. I'm like, I am. So thank you. Sorry.
Are you ready? Are we okay? We are ahead of schedule.
There's a lot going on. My goodness. Yes, totally ready for you.
Good. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you the exciting work taking place at UMFK. Next slide. As Bengals, we are proud of our accomplishments, and yet, as stated in the UMS 2021 Trend Report, UMFK's enrollment has decreased 27% during 2017 to 2021. Our highest priority and most urgent work are related to taking positive actions to increase headcount and our credit hour generation. This has caused us to ask questions about how and why we do what we do in order to develop more effective and efficient procedures across many departments. Our strategic framework, 2021 to 2026, is providing guidance and structure to how we are defining key priority career-focused metrics. Our 2021 student demographics, some of the highlights, 51% of our students are full-time. The reason that's not higher is because of our RN to BSN program, many of those students are part-time students, and that's why we're seeing that number a bit lower than probably other campuses. 40% of our students are first-generation students. We are proud to have students representing 26 countries and a total of 96 international students here in Northern Maine. Incredible. And they are such an incredible, strong part of our Fort Kent community. We have identified 5 key areas to assist with our recruitment and retention efforts: academics, unified accreditation, student success, resident halls, and dining services. Next slide. Our work is building a strong foundation in academics. In FY21, the academic structure was reviewed due to the president-provost combination position. A dean position was added in Arts and Sciences and Professional Studies unit. In FY22, the focus has been on revitalizing our academic programs and reviewing low-enrolled programs. The 5-year program review process has strengthened the Computer Systems Administration and the Environmental Studies and Arctic Studies minor programs. In FY23, our emphasis will be on enhancing course equipment and materials for all of our courses. Some other examples of the academic accomplishments and work that we're engaged in: the Unfinished Business Online Accelerated Program, which is designed for adult learners with 60 to 90 credits to complete a degree in 1 to 2 years. We are beginning to have some nice success with that program. First-year students in fall 2022 will have the option of taking research learning experience courses as part of the USM Transform Student Success and Retention Initiative. We're currently in the process of searching for a Dean of Arts and Sciences and Professional Studies who will bring expertise in teaching and learning practices, as well as research and grant experience to support faculty through professional development opportunities. And because we are on a large campus, typically there would be a teaching and learning center and an office of research and grant writing or grants. And because we are a small campus, we are building these levels of expertise into the dean position in order for that dean to be able to support and assist our faculty with their responsibilities around teaching, scholarship, and service. Next slide. We continue to seek opportunities to partner and collaborate with other universities and programs. 2 items to highlight on this slide are the financial aid director. So currently, UMFK and UMPI, we share this position. But with approaching retirement of the director, a partnership, this is very exciting, a partnership with UMFK, UMPI, and UMaine has developed. The financial aid director at UMaine will serve as the director for both of our campuses, and each of our campuses will have an associate director to then work closely with that financial aid director at UMaine. We are really excited about this opportunity. We were finding it difficult in the search process to find a financial aid director that was interested in working between 2 campuses like that. The MOU was effective February 1, overlapping prior to current director's retirement, so that then again, kind of a teaching learning process is taking place before that director retires. The next one, Maine Law and UMFK Rural Satellite Clinic to provide legal access and address the rural attorney workforce. UMFK will provide office space for the clinic and provide 2 law students free on-campus housing each semester. We are just thrilled that this is proceeding nicely through the process and gaining some really wonderful support within the legislature. And so we hope for good things to come from that beginning fall semester. Next slide. Student success, yes. The items on this slide are examples of very specific and strategic actions to improve recruitment, retention, and success of students. Like I said at the beginning, Because our recruitment, our enrollment has decreased for a number of years, we have to get very specific with how we're going to change that trend line. And so probably on some of the other campus presentations, they're higher level presentations in terms of synthesizing all the information. On this campus, this level of detail is critical right now in order for us to change this trend line within our enrollment. So right now we're in the process of, we will be adding an additional advisor in preparation for our graduate nursing programs. Increasing clinical counseling to support students' mental health. We continue to hear about that in the news and in many of the journal articles that support higher education. And so we will continue to provide that service and increase that support for our students. The Bengal Buddies Peer Mentoring Program to support at-risk students. That is certainly making a difference to retain students, and that is obviously an important goal of ours. Feedback from student leadership evenings has indicated 2 areas of importance for our students. The first one is we do not have a student union on our campus or a student center. And so our students are telling us often and making it loud and clear that they want a student space. They want a space that's theirs. And so they can have their offices for their student activity board, for their president, for their student senate, also a location for our vet services and location for them to study and to be able to work, and an area for the students to come together for their meetings. So we are in the process of determining a location and repurposing space for next year for FY23. Also, the next highest priority on their list is soccer field lights. Up here in northern Maine, it gets dark early in the fall and it makes it difficult for students, for the teams to be able to practice outside at the end of the academic day. And so we are in the process of fundraising for that. Fundraising is underway at this time. UMFK website redesign to meet student expectations and access. We're really thrilled. We're working with a great company that's helping us to redesign our website, and we think it's going to be a very engaging and interactive site. We are currently in the process of searching for a dean of enrollment. We had a director of admissions prior, and we have learned that we really need to leverage the title and salary to go with it to be able to recruit someone who brings enough experience to the campus that can truly help us with the major issue that we have on our campus with recruitment and retention. And lastly on this page, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We had a professional development day back in January, and the keynote was Dr. Tia Brown McNair. She is the lead author of the books From Equity Talk to Equity Walk and Becoming a Student Ready College. Last year, we used the Becoming a Student Ready College book as a guiding to use the guiding principles and practices as we worked through how to think about being a student-ready college. And then our DEI Council is currently using the book From Equity Talk to Equity Walk to be thinking about best practices for our campus. Next slide. We continue to seek student feedback on meeting their campus needs. One of our goals is to retain students on campus. Students have requested communal spaces in each of the resident halls, meaning they would like to have a TV lounge designation, a pool table, game room, and small fitness room. And so we're in the process of creating those areas within the resident halls. Also, this is really enticing to encourage students to remain on campus. Off-campus students living in apartments wouldn't have access to these additional areas within their living space. And especially in northern Maine, when it is cold and dark for many, many months, this is a real enticing opportunity for us to have for our students, because then they have places to go and spend time with their peers in the resident halls when it is cold and dark outside. We are also in the process of becoming a pet-friendly campus. There are only 1% of the campuses in the United States that are designated as pet-friendly. And so right now, if you Google that, a list of universities come up in that list. And so we plan at UMFK to be a pet-friendly university for next fall and beyond that list. Students need not request special accommodations for a pet. We will have designated pet-friendly rooms on our campus, and so they can have small pets. And we have already taken this information through risk management and legal, and they have given their approval of us becoming a pet-friendly campus. So we're thrilled about that. We're going to start with small pets like rabbits and cats, and then eventually maybe the following year move to small dogs. Also, just for you to know, just a little side story. My first year here, the first fall, a mom and her daughter arrived, and the daughter had a hedgehog, and we had to turn the hedgehog away because we weren't designated as a pet-friendly campus. So now that student will be thrilled that they can have their hedgehog with them in their room. The other thing that's exciting about this is, again, we're trying to keep students on campus for maybe their whole time when they're here. And many of the off-campus housing options do not allow pets. So we think if we allow pets, that could also keep them on campus. The lodge currently has central air on first floor. HVAC upgrades will be added to the second and the third floors. This will be good for retaining students during the summer and will also provide an opportunity for us to host summer conferences and events. During the summer and into fall, the second and the third floor are quite hot and very uncomfortable. And so we believe by, again, adding HVAC on the second and third floor, we'll be able to not only make it more livable and for students to want to remain on campus for their entire undergraduate career time or their time with us, but also that hosting conferences in the summer, we'll be able to use all 3 floors instead of just one. Also, our Powell Residence Hall has been offline for the past 2 years for COVID purposes. We are considering using this hall for recruitment opportunities. When high school students or when families come to Fort Kent to tour our campus, some of them are driving really long distances, and it's just impossible for them to do that in one day. And also could be expensive for families. So we are going to start using Powell Hall for families and to be able to stay there while they're visiting and spending time with us. Also, it would be a way for us to have buses come from a particular high school with a group of students and be able to stay in that hall all together and be able to experience our campus and our community. One other purpose, one other reason one other consideration we're giving for that space is for visiting athletic teams. So when the teams come to Fort Kent to play, we only have, we have very limited lodging in Fort Kent. So this would be another way to entice and encourage teams to come this far north to play us and be able to also have a place to stay that's very convenient to the campus. And they could also then choose to have access to the dining services as well. Speaking of, next slide, dining services. Dining services, we have made a number of improvements to our dining services to meet student needs. Renovations to the dining and service areas. And also the community loves to spend time in our dining service area for meals, but they haven't been there for the past 2 years. So they haven't even seen the number of improvements that we've made, but that will all be changing soon. A combination of to-go options, changing hours to meet athletic practices and clinical schedules, and a 7-meal per week plan has been well received by our students. A culinary council has been established in order for our students to give voice for food choices and increase ethnic and regional foods. Conversations are also underway with Sudexo regarding summer conferences and rental of campus space. So those are the slides that I have prepared to share with you today. And I now would like to pass it to our Chief Business Officer, Pam Ashby, for the next part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hedin. You will see as you look at the column of numbers furthest to the left, in accordance with the first period forecast, UMFK was expecting an FY22 deficit of $1.1 million to be completely offset by HERF funds received as a result of the fiscal year 21 lost revenue calculation. Neither HERF funds nor any other stabilizing funds were needed in FY21. In the second period forecast just completed, assuming summer session holds stable, we are now expecting savings in compensation mostly as a result of fewer adjuncts and overloads, as well as vacancies and attrition, which will significantly reduce this FY22 base budget deficit. In the next column, you'll see the proposed FY23 operating budget, which, as you will see in the green area, reflects a 1.1% increase in revenues. The area in gold is total expense, which increases only 1.4%, despite an increase in supplies and services of 13.1%. The major driver in this cost is a budgeted increase of $196,000 in commission to academic partnerships. Even with this increase, however, the 1.4% increase in total expense remains well below the assumed CPI increase of 2.8%. We are running efficiently, which leaves us well positioned while integrating all the key changes which President Hedin has described. As we get further into the presentation, we will talk about the great strides UMFK continues to make in the reduction of square footage and deferred maintenance. In FY21, our actual depreciation funding hit 100%. As we continue to manage these ongoing projects, we propose to invest into capital projects the exact same amount next year, using in part some older rainy day funds that have not been used in years. We are also thrilled to have completed all of our internal debt service and are realizing the benefits of being free of those capital loans. We are running efficiently, now have an interim enrollment manager on board identifying and correcting recruitment issues, and a president provost deep diving into academic and retention issues. We are taking corrective actions, but it takes some time, at least through a recruiting cycle or two, to see results from a change in momentum. This proposed budget is balanced with $938,000 from the budget stabilization funds. Diving one step deeper into the operating budget, we currently have proposed an E&G surplus of $650,000 after budget stabilization funds and an auxiliary loss of $650,000. Today, I would like to use this format differently than usual. Today, I would like to talk about investments. In FY20, we invested an entire existing healthy academic program, RN to BSN, into a marketing strategy encourage system-wide the engagement of academic partnerships to market our programs. For UMFK, the investment was commission of half the tuition of an already existing program. We risked and invested and are seeing increases in credit hour production, but we have not yet reached the levels of the long-term vision. I would be remiss if I did not point out that these other expenses include an AP commission budget of $878,000. That's an investment for future credit hour generation. The auxiliary budget includes $292,000 of debt principal payments plus $160,000 of interest, which is included in other expenses, for a total of over $450,000 of loan payments. The majority of this is for the Lodge, a residence hall which was brand new in 2004, making it one of the newer res halls in the system. That's an investment of $450,000 of FY23 budget. The majority of the $277,000 E&G debt service principal is for a biomass boiler system obtained in prior years to heat with wood pellets, both our campus and the community high school and elementary school, thereby partnering UMS with communities in the St. John Valley, businesses in Aroostook County, sustainable non-fossil fuel sources, and state industry. That was ahead of the curve and was an investment reaching beyond the financial that's included in this budget. Fiscal year 23 credit hour generation projected by the system office is 18,584, excluding early college. Lacking evidence of the impact yet of our work on this recruitment cycle, we have not modified any aspect of the system's projection. This budget is built on these assumptions. Slide 11 is our 10-year credit hour comparison. In-state credit hours are depicted in yellow, out-of-state in green, and RN to BSN since fiscal year 20, when the program began to be marketed by academic partnerships, is in gray. Please note that prior to fiscal year 20, we did have the RN to BSN program, and the majority of those credit hours prior to fiscal year 20 are included within the in-state credit hours for those years. So the decline for in-state students is not quite as large as it appears here. This session, approximately 83% of the AP students are in-state. UMFK's most recent fiscal year 22 forecast is 19,787 credit hours. The system projections estimate 3,045 credit hours from new students, and total FY23 credit hours of 18,584. We also know that on average over the last 4 years of all fall to fall non-returners, the reason that 51.2% are not returning is because they have successfully graduated. So applying this ratio gives us the estimated split shown here of loss of credit hours due to attrition versus successful graduation. As those of you who have been following academic partnerships may recall, this program has 2 sessions per semester, including summers, for a total of 6 starting points per calendar year. On the large gray chart, you'll see the credit hour production in each session since AP started marketing our program in fall of 2019. As of the second session of this fall, we had a head count of 271. AP marketing analysts project continued increase in head count this calendar year. The smaller bar chart depicts some information you may find interesting. It's the number of new admits who have started in each of the 6 sessions per year. In this proposed budget, in-state tuition, of course, remains unchanged. Several years ago, in a successful attempt to generate more international students, UMFK dropped the international and out-of-state rate to the NEBI rate, which currently stands at 160% of the in-state rate. We propose increasing NEBI and thus out-of-state and international to 165% of the in-state rate. This is effectively a 3% increase to the out-of-state and international rate, having an impact on each full-time out-of-state student of $360. The total impact included in this budget is $78,000. We also propose implementing a technology fee of $10 per credit hour on all credit hours, while eliminating an online support fee of $20, which was charged to online courses only. This will provide a more seamless transition for students when they switch from an in-person course to an online course. The net impact of this change is an increase in revenue of $32,000. UMFK plans to continue to align, eliminate, and roll up fees. Within the past few years, we have eliminated extraneous fees such as orientation, late registration, graduation, etc. And we have aligned with UMPI on several fees to facilitate the nursing 2+2. This budget eliminates the financial difference between taking online and in-person courses and aligns with some of the other campuses implementing a technology fee. The next steps for future years will be rolling up the unified fee into tuition, then rolling up course fees and considering differential tuition for certain high-cost programs. As mentioned earlier, we are struggling with res hall occupancy. Our original capacity is 223. Under the February guidance, our COVID restricted capacity was 203. In FY22, we budgeted 148 as our average occupancy. Our actual average occupancy is now expected to be 136. This is also the average headcount included in this proposed FY23 budget. Please note here that if we do take Powell Hall offline to use for housing for student visits or athletic team visits, or even housing during community events, our stated capacity will be lowered by 30, and our occupancy rate at that point would be 70% instead of the 61% shown here. We are also proposing an increase in room and board rates. Our low residency is primarily driven by the lower number of students in on-campus programs. As President Hadeen indicated, this is being addressed by enrollment management, retention groups across campus, and the next steps of strengthening on-campus programs. Increasing rates was part of our original 5-year plan to make our auxiliary funds whole, yet still leaves us amongst the very lowest rates in the system to live in one of the newer residence halls. The proposed increase is between 3.5 and 3.6%. The effect on each student would be $319 per year. The total budget impact and the revenue included in this proposed budget as a result of this increase is $43,000. I'd like to take a minute now to look at some examples of the possible impacts that could be made on auxiliary revenue if we increase headcount by just a handful of students from each of these initiatives, which are in varying stages of review. We reviewed fiscal year 21 fall housing data and fiscal year 21 student housing exemption requests. Some of these initiatives are already in progress. Some, such as website redesign and admissions procedures, we expect to have a greater impact than this, but more so in fiscal year 24. Some of these initiatives will come not only with these stated impacts to auxiliary revenue, but also with credit hours and corresponding E&G revenues. In the interest of conservatism, none of these revenues have been built into the FY23 budget. Our plan is to show enough momentum swing in FY23 data so we can confidently build higher revenues into the FY24 budget. Last year's one-year capital plan has been a success. At the time of last year's presentation, we were planning on spending $337,000 on capital projects, of which $262,000 was targeted for critical gymnasium renovations, the cost of which was expected to be in excess of $450,000. The remaining funding had not yet been identified. We have now spent on the gymnasium all $337,000 of our budgeted capital project money, plus allocated an additional $50,000 from fiscal year 21 end of year surplus. This additional unplanned E&G spend was the catalyst to achieving 100% depreciation funding in fiscal year 21. Realized savings on the Enrollment and Advancement Center construction project were then repurposed to the gymnasium project. We are pleased to report the entire $490,000 project is not only funded, but is also substantially complete, as you can see from the beautiful picture in the background of this slide. You've seen this slide from Gordian indicating that UMFK, like the other campuses, needs to invest more in facilities. We are not reaching the funding target set for us by Gordian. Please note, however, the increase in annual stewardship spending, as well as total spending since 2016. In fact, if we were looking at the full Gordian presentation, the next slide would indicate a 127% increase in stewardship spending since 2017. Our 11-year average seen in gold is only 16%, but often data is weighted to identify more recent trends. So please look at this and consider where that gold average line might be if it were covering just the last 5 years, and consider how close it would be to where our facilities peers line would be if it was covering just the past 5 years. Current capital plans for next year's E&G funds include $75,000 for Violet Wilderness Camp. These plans were deferred from fiscal year 22. It includes $237,000 on res hall upgrades and $25,000 on lab equipment as need is identified. The scope of plans for res halls and academic spaces are phased, and planning is ongoing. Amounts spent may vary if additional sources of funding are identified. In addition to E&G funds, we still have in progress some projects funded by bond and by space reduction initiative. Our ongoing multi-year plan for space reduction achieves elimination of deferred maintenance and increasing net asset value. The areas highlighted in yellow are the updates for fiscal year 22 year to date. This fall, we raised the St. David House and Sear House, thanks to your Space Reduction Initiative funds. Our next step is to plan a design use for that green space. The Enrollment and Advancement Center is substantially complete and is being used and enjoyed. Our next step there is to finish plans for artwork and a sign. The completion of our green space and parking lot connected to the raising of the Kelly and Gee houses has taken a temporary back seat to the construction of the EAC. But I think in the end, we may be able to leverage some other ideas and or funds to make that corner worth the wait. To review, this plan produces a net square foot reduction of 10,719 and eliminates a Sightline's estimated $2.4 million of 10-year asset need. At the time the plan was initiated, Sightline's estimated a 2 to 3% increase in net asset value. As a side note, since this is a multi-year plan, the values and data will see the impact spread over several years on top of other underlying variables. Also, none of the work completed in FY22 is reflected in the most recent Sightlines data. I stated earlier that UMFK did not use lost revenue funds in fiscal year 21. However, since the calculation was for fiscal year 21 lost revenues, and as such is included within the FY21 reserve, the ending reserve balance is much higher than it would be otherwise. In the interest of full disclosure, this chart depicts for you operating reserves both ways, with and without the additional HERF funds. The top line in fiscal year 21 is with the HERF funds, which will be used for the most part in FY22. And the lower line is what the reserves are, excluding the HERF funds. Please note that even without the HERF funds, the increase in reserves and consistent improvement year over year. We have improved over the past 5 years from a negative $1.2 million in FY17 to a positive $280,000. The smaller chart in the lower left corner separates the operating reserves into E&G versus auxiliary. As you can see, the auxiliary funds are ever decreasing. We need on-campus students living in our res halls. Through FY21, the auxiliary had been more than offset by surpluses in E&G. Also included on this slide are visuals for 2 of our key performance indicators. Please note our year-over-year improvements in both viability and the overall composite index. In closing, UMFK is operating thoughtfully and responsibly. We are keeping costs low and investing strategically in our facilities. We are proud of the financial progress we have made. We are embracing difficult and transformational work. We are dedicated to UMFK and the community in which we serve, and we are grateful for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, President Hadeen. Questions? I had to Google hedgehog. I wasn't sure what they looked like. I wasn't sure if they were the same as a groundhog. I was a little worried. Questions or comments for the University of Maine at Fort Kent? Okay, seeing none, we will see you back in, oh, sorry, Trustee McMahon.
The Canadian border has been closed for a couple of years effectively. It's now open. Is that going to give you a boost in student enrollment?
Well, first of all, it could certainly help with the retention of our students because they like to be able to go into Canada, and that's been a difficult thing for a couple of years. Plus, it's been difficult. So students who choose to be in this rural remote area do need opportunities to travel into bigger cities. And with the COVID policies, practices, protocols, it's been very difficult for them to go on trips in the past 2 years. And so once we can start doing all of those things this next fall, we think that will certainly not only help in recruiting students, but in terms of retaining our students. And it should also help to recruit students from Canada into our program with easy access to our university. Pam, you may have some other thoughts as well.
Yeah, as you know that we initiated the practice of, we lowered our Canadian tuition rate to our in-state rate, and we were hoping for a boost that very year, and that was the year that COVID hit. So we are very much hoping that now that travel is open, that we can send recruiters into Canada and that initiative will finally get some momentum.
And do you know what percentage of your students were Canadian pre-COVID?
Well, it depends on how many years you go back. We used to have a large contingency that came in, and it had dwindled. I think we had 5 or 6 Canadian students when we underwent the initiative.
Thanks. I'm sorry, David, did you have more? Okay. Trustee Martin.
I just wanted to comment on, I like the thinking outside of the box to try to get people to fill the residence halls. And I wanted to speak to the Canadian borders being reopened. I'm not sure if they're open now or if it's just next week, but that's part of our community, and that's a very big help. And there's so much opportunity for increasing enrollment. There's a whole bunch of opportunity on the other side, and very, very anxious to be able to have these borders open so we can see our Canadian friends and family. And I think with the World Acadian Congress back in 2014, there were a lot of good strides made for the community college and University of Maine system to work together. One story, I'll be brief, but it was somebody that sent his daughter for in English immersion all the way to Montreal from basically not that far across the border. And he could have actually sent his daughter to UMFK for half the price and she would have been home every night. And what it is basically getting out there and making us known, and some of the collaborations we can have with our Canadian friends across the border. So good opportunity, and anxious to be able to cross the border again.
Anything else? Trustee Rotundo?
Thank you. Thank you for your great presentation. And I would just say that as you face these challenges, it's wonderful to hear you talk about the quality of your academics first. Have that as your top priority. I mean, I think that's true for most places, most campuses, but it doesn't always get articulated. So thank you for that. And I will tell you that there was a student who showed up at Bates with a therapeutic snake that was brought to the dining hall. So just, you'll never know what might show up.
We do plan to have some well-established guidelines of we accept and then not right now. So yes, so thank you for that.
Great. I'm still thinking about therapeutic snakes. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Deb and Pam, very much for that presentation. We'll see you in April, if not before.
Well, we'll see you on Sunday and Monday.
Well, yes, you will, the board meeting, but yes, FFT will see you.
My first time to see you all in person. I'm very excited about this.
As it is for several of our trustees. So great. All right, let me ask thank you. We do want to hang in there with an executive session, so I would like a
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Could I mention something just before you make that motion? I just wanted to thank, I think we're going to lose Clyde when we go into the executive session. So he's our faculty rep, and I just really wanted to thank him he's been here since 9 o'clock this morning and been here the whole time. And so just wanted to thank him for the attention.
Here, thank you. All right, thank you. Could I have a motion for FFT to go into executive session under the provisions of 1 MRSA section 40568 to discuss the evaluation of personnel and the consideration and discussion of appointments, evaluations, employment and duty, and 1 MRSA section 4056C to discuss the condition, acquisition, or disposition of real property or economic development if premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive or bargaining position of UMS. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Cates, and Ellen will call the roll.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo. The motion is carried.